Chapter 63. The people of Marquis Jingon Fu definitely would not have thought that on such an ordinary day, outside the Marquis Fu, an extremely daring ranger was currently brainwashing the constables at his side. They were preparing to do some incredible things. Who cares what Marquis Jingon Fu, lousy is beating up dog-rich people. A certain person's spittle flew everywhere. Think about it, does this Marquis Fu have asshole deals with Gong Chun's organization, smuggling magic weapons? Is this against the law? It's against the law. They kidnapped 6 fan schools criminal midway. Isn't that slapping you cops in the face? Is it against the law? It's also against the law, and it also made Lousy bear this injustice. It's simply unbearable. He counted on his fingers, pointing out the crimes of this Marquis Jingon Fu. After the matter was exposed, were they destroying the crime scene yesterday? Did they set up an ambush to kill us? From start to finish, they did not do a single thing, breaking the law first, committing a crime afterward. If this matter was exposed to the court, they would definitely seize their titles and confiscate their property. Men would go to Okinawa Island, women would go to the White Room, all of them would be played until their human form collapsed. We did not plan to kill her entire family, nor did we report her using our real names. It's simply like a Buddha in every home, we can't even beat her up, set her on fire, or throw some canned herring. You little girl, you don't know the benefits of repaying kindness and revenge, and you don't know the dangers of the world. I need to teach you some life experience. But Zhang Yinluo was clearly still hesitating. But this was normal, after all, she was an idol that he worshipped for 3 to 4 years. Not mentioning the collapse of his image, he also had to immediately go to her house to smash and rob. He really could not bring himself to do it, could not let go of the burden in his heart. This was very normal, it was human nature. After all, in this world, only a species called die-hard otaku would be able to excitedly take their favorite character's L-18 book of abuse without any psychological burden. AI so disgusting. And at this kind of time, Sun Lang's usefulness was displayed. Ah Shiba, come, I'll help you sort out this matter. Think about it, you arrested Qin Yu last night, how big of a political achievement and contribution was that? But you were careless and got robbed. Aren't you cowardly and cowardly? Will your superior use a disappointed expression to look at you? Will your subordinates and colleagues call you trash behind your back? Even the criminal that was in his hands was lost. Connections are just connections. A useless person who came in through the back door. Trash, trash. He must have relied on that pair of despicable tits to get to the top. Blah blah blah. Don't you feel angry and angry? All of this was caused by Marquis Jingon Fu. Sun Lang said patiently, in order to wash away this shame, you sent yourself to me. Not only did you lose your startling sword, you also had to endure my verbal violence and the baptism of your 3 views. You learned a lot of new positions that you didn't want to learn at all, but you couldn't do anything about it. Let me ask you, are you angry? Were they angry? Wouldn't he go crazy? Other than that, think about what happened just now. Not only were you scolded by your father and uncles who usually doted on you, you were locked up in the confinement room. When you escaped, you even threw a jar of excrement at their heads, making it difficult for you to return home. If you were caught, you would most likely be beaten to death on the spot. Tell me, whose fault is all of this? Zhang Yinluo's expression changed from gloominess to anger, from anger to warped. She clenched her teeth, as if something had awakened. Although you also took up about 40% of the blame, but the main culprits are undoubtedly them. Zhang Yinluo nodded. After Sun Lang's reminder and persuasion, she remembered the cause and effect of this matter. The more she thought, the more her killing intent boiled. Then let's follow the plan we discussed last night. We will first go in and confront Miss Zhao. We will force her to hand over Qin Yu, then make her honestly explain the cause and effect of this matter. We have Gong Chun in our hands, so she won't dare to make a big fuss. We will fiercely teach them a lesson, blackmail them, and then inform Hu Shouxin to take the blame and carry this matter over. Sun Lang clapped his hands. By the way, I also have some personal questions that I would like to ask Miss Zhao. I hope she can give me a satisfactory answer. I am now more and more interested in the great backing she has. Without giving Zhang Yinluo any chance to regret, Sun Lang walked straight towards the direction of the main door. But what was strange was that the house of Marquis had obviously come last night. A living person was forcibly taken away, but the security of the house of Marquis did not increase in the slightest. Sun Lang went up and knocked on the door. He cupped his hands towards the doorman who came to answer the door. "This brother, I have a matter to ask to see housekeeper Su of your house. Please help me pass on the message." As long as it was a doorman of a large house, he would definitely be quick-witted. He was born with a pair of sharp eyes. The doorman who answered the door glanced at Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo several times. He did not dare to be negligent. He replied politely, "May I know the names of the two of you, and what is the matter?" The ranger's expression did not change as he said, "Master Gong Chun asked me to pass on a message to housekeeper Su. My surname is Wang and this is Miss Zhao. In the Jianghu, people call her the Black Silk Soul-Chasing Kick." The doorman invited the two into the gatehouse and then ran inside to pass on the message. Zhang Yinluo's expression suddenly changed. "What did you just say?" The ranger gave a serious thumbs up. "Don't you feel that the nickname Black Silk Soul-Chasing Kick is quite demonic?" "No, I don't feel that at all. Rather, I feel that the names and nicknames you made up are filled with extremely deep malice." "Let's not talk about this for now." Sun Lang nonchalantly changed the topic. "Guess what is waiting for us in a moment? Ambushing executioners? Poisoning? Silencing? This is the opponent's home ground." Zhang Yinluo snorted. "I am indeed very worried. But with a cunning guy like you, there is no need to worry. Anyway, you will definitely not be at a disadvantage. You have already made all the preparations and countermeasures in advance. Humph, instead of scaring me here, I will not be fooled by your evil tricks." Good, you finally begin to understand me." Sun Lang smiled and said, "You are right. Around me is the safest place in the world. No matter what happens, there will not be a trace of danger." Zhang Yinluo turned his head to one side and sneered, "You are bragging again." After waiting for a moment, they saw the doorman leading a person in a hurry. Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo turned to look and were stunned for a moment. The person who came was not the young and tall woman with a graceful figure last night, but a fat man in brocade clothes. He rushed forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Two distinguished guests, unfortunately, Butler Su went out in the morning and has not returned yet. What message do you bring? Can I pass it on for you?" The ranger and the female arrestor looked at each other. Sun Lang then said calmly, "Master Gong has repeatedly instructed us to only inform Butler Su. I am afraid that it is not convenient." I understand. The man's smile was still warm, without any embarrassment or anger. He rubbed his hands and said, "But Butler Su has not returned yet. Why don't you two come in and have a seat and wait for a while? When Butler Su returns, we will immediately inform him and invite him to receive you too. What do you think?" Sun Lang calmly sized up the middle-aged man a few times, then nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." Don't mention it, please." The other party courteously invited the two of them to a parlor. He ordered the maids to serve tea and pastries, and chatted with the two of them for a while. This fellow was also a person with good eyesight. When he saw that Sun Lang was talking nonsense without a single word of truth, and when he saw Zhang Yinluo's impatient expression, he excused himself with the excuse that he was busy with work. From the moment Zhang Yinluo entered Marquis Jingganfu, he had a vigilant expression. At this time, he was also cautiously looking around the reception pavilion to see where the executioners were hidden or where there were hidden mechanisms. As for the delicious tea and pastries on the table, he did not even touch them. It was clear that he treated this place as a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, and was on guard against any danger that could appear at any time. Sun Lang casually grabbed a piece of meat floss and placed it in his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it down. The taste is not bad. Hey! Zhang Yinluo turned pale with fright. What do we do if it's poisoned? The ranger hiccuped and said with a baffled expression, What do you mean what to do? Moreover, there's no poison. Next time, before you seek death, tell me first. Zhang Yinluo thought that he had used some method to check beforehand and then let out a sigh of relief. There's no poison. I thought that this place was filled with murderous intent and that young Miss Zhao had received the news and was currently dispatching troops to silence us. There's no poison and there's no ambush. Sun Lang drank a mouthful of tea and faintly smiled, but there were sounds of horses neighing outside the Fu and a large number of armed personnel rushed into the Fu and headed towards us. Zhang Yinluo was slightly startled, and then she also heard the sound of footsteps gradually approaching. The female constable suddenly stood up and reached out to pull out her saber, but she discovered that she had rushed out this time and did not bring a weapon at all. Just as the female constable was searching for a suitable weapon in the reception pavilion, she suddenly heard a familiar voice which caused her expression to instantly change. A loud shout came from outside. Sun Lang! You've already been surrounded. I am the head constable of Mingzhou's 6th Fan School, Liang Bufan. You've been discovered, so come with me to the magistrate's office. Then came the voice that Zhang Yinluo was even more familiar with. That was her fourth uncle. Stinky girl, get out here for me. See if your father doesn't break your legs this time. The most despairing thing was that Hu Shouxin's voice suddenly appeared. Sun Lang, if you confess, you'll be lenient, and if you resist, you'll be strict. Although you're a member of our Ranger Guild, you still have to abide by the Empire's laws. Our Ranger Guild is upright and dares to take responsibility for his actions. I advise you to obediently come out and surrender. You're a man and don't implicate Constable Zhang. This way there's still room for negotiation. Otherwise, there's still room for you. 6th Fan School, the Zhang family, and even the Ranger Guild. There was no need for the Marquis of Jing'an's Fu to make a move. In an instant, his and Sun Lang's greatest reliance was on the enemy's side. The situation had become extremely bad. Was this Miss Zhao's scheme and method? She glanced at Sun Lang and gritted her teeth. A trace of sternness flashed in her eyes as she stretched out her hand and said, Canned food. Sun Lang, who was in a daze, almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Fuck, you're really amazing when you're angry. Zhang Yinluo stomped her foot and said, What time is it now and you still have the mind to talk about this? Quickly take it out. Chapter 64. No matter what was said, Zhang Yinluo had asked for it, so how could Sun Lang not comply? The ranger immediately took out 2 cans of herring from his inner pocket and stuffed them into the female constable's hands. This person had been forced to a certain extent and was truly decisive in killing. Not long ago, Zhang Yinluo was still conflicted about whether or not she should directly attack Marquis Jing'an Fu and confront her childhood idol, Miss Zhao. Now, she directly took the 2 cans of herring and glared at Sun Lang. What do we do? I'll throw it out and you'll use the fire qilin to hit it? Also, take out a few cloud-piercing arrows or give me some bullet. I'll think of a way to see if I can make an automatic landmine. Hearing the harsh shouts outside, as if the constables outside would launch an attack at any time, Zhang Yinluo was furious. She raised her hand and was about to throw out a biological weapon. Sun Lang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He held her arm and said, Wait. Calm down. If you throw it out right now, it'll be at least a 4-star bounty, and it'll be the kind that can't be removed. Do you plan to succeed? How could I care so much right now? Although I don't know what method Miss Zhao used to pull the government, my family, and the Ranger Guild to her side, I know that if they charge in to arrest us, we won't be able to escape. At most, I'll be locked up by my family for a period of time, But what about you? If Hu Huijing can't hold on, can he really protect you? Zhang Yinluo anxiously said. Once the initiative is in the other party's hands, then everything will be over. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about other things. Sun Lang casually took out the fire qilin and fired 3 shots into the air. The loud gunshots and the sound of flames exploding passed through the roof, scaring the constables who were planning to climb up the roof and attack from above. The voices outside the door also became much quieter. The ranger rubbed his chin and muttered, "This morning, Hu Shouxin came to find me. At that time, nothing happened. Your family only locked you up and didn't react too strongly. How did they get mixed up in the blink of an eye? Besides, the 6 Fan School represents the law enforcement force of the Ming-Zhou government. Why would they come to arrest me, a ranger?" Zhang Yinluo saw that he was still acting as if nothing had happened and stomped his feet. What's the use of thinking about this now? He's already preparing to break in. Wrong, this is quite useful. In this round, we are slightly inferior. We have to figure out what happened and what method Miss Zhao used to counterattack. Sun Lang snapped his fingers. The solution is simple. Just call Hu Shouxin in and ask him. Zhang Yinluo blinked. How? Sun Lang smiled, then reached out his hand and pulled Zhang Yinluo into his arms. The female arrestor only saw a shadow flash in front of her eyes before a strong arm wrapped around her body and hugged her tightly. The sudden attack made her unable to react for a moment. She heard Sun Lang fire another shot into the air and shout, "Don't move! Constable Zhang is in my hands. Even if I die, I'll have a beautiful girl to accompany me." It was the first time that Zhang Yinluo had been hugged so tightly in a man's arms. A strange feeling arose in her heart. That warm body and broad chest. So this is what it feels like to be hugged. But in the next moment, she realized what was going on. She screamed and began to struggle. "Not bad," Sun Lang said in a low voice. "This is an emergency. Don't move recklessly. Put on an act and deceive them. At the same time, it will also clear your name." Hearing this, Zhang Yinluo stopped struggling and shouted in a low voice, "At least let go of me. It's not like I won't cooperate with you." The ranger said seriously, "The situation is critical now. There will be people spying on us. If we don't put on a good show, what if they see through us? I'm not taking advantage of you." Zhang Yinluo had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but when the people outside heard her scream, her 4th uncle was the first to explode. "Brat! If you dare to hurt a hair on her head, there will be no place for you in this world. I will catch you and cut you into pieces." Sun Lang laughed strangely. "4th Master Zhang, right? You're not good at talking. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't you catch a girl as a scapegoat? If you keep talking, I'll have some fun before I die. Then I'll go to the netherworld happily with Miss Zhang and continue to be husband and wife in the netherworld." "Ha ha ha ha!" The female arrestor whispered, "You're laughing so disgustingly." Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "Shut up. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If you have time to complain about me, cry and shout." Leaving aside 4th Master Zhang, who was seething with anger and stamping with rage, Hu Shouxin's voice rang out at this moment. He was indeed a hero of Tianyuan, the head of the Ranger Society. His shout was like a thunderclap from the 9th heaven, shaking people's minds and causing their eardrums to rumble. "Don't make trouble. A man should be upright and not bully a woman. You have to take responsibility for some things you've done. Don't embarrass the Ranger Guild." Sun Lang immediately roared, "Motherf asterisk Hu Shouxin, you shameless big stick who. As the head of the Ranger Guild in Mingzhou, you don't care when a ranger of the guild is in trouble. Instead, you help an outsider to hurt me. You're the one who embarrasses the Ranger Guild." Hu Shouxin's voice became louder. "Little bastard. Son of a bitch. You're the one who's dirty and you dare to bite back? I'm a righteous man. If it weren't for the witness and the evidence, why would I help an outsider to hurt my own brother?" I'm about to die because of you. You're such a sanctimonious little bastard. How could you do such a thing? There are so many beautiful girls in the brothel. How could you be a pervert? Shameless, really shameless. Sun Lang smiled darkly. He must have made a heavy note in his little notebook. Then he shouted, "Do you motherf asterisk cur think I'm like you? You throw out a basket of wet paper every day in the office, and you go to the brothel after work every day. Your wife is 8 months pregnant and you're having fun outside being the groom every night. You motherf asterisk cur, lousy isn't like you. There's only desire in a person's heart. How is that different from a beast? I only know how to have pa with the people I like." Outside, Shoshin laughed loudly. Hearing the laughter, it sounded like he was laughing out of anger. He said sternly, "You still won't admit it? This morning, not long ago, a girl called Qin Yu accompanied by Steward Su of Marquis Jinggan Fu went to Mingzhou's yamen to sound the drums and complain. That Miss Qin claimed that she was kidnapped by you the night before and was forced by you in every possible way. She was humiliated 1,000 times. There are witnesses and evidence, so what else do you have to say?" "Qin Yu? Steward Su? Accompanied?" Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Yinluo angrily said, "They actually made false accusations. Last night, when Gong Chun and Steward Su had a secret conversation, they said that they kidnapped Qin Yu to get a secret from her mouth. Thinking about it, Qin Yu should have refused to yield, so why did she run to the yamen to make false accusations against you? It hasn't even been a night, so what exactly happened?" The Wanderer nodded. "This should be the crux of the problem. But what makes me gratified is that after you heard this matter, your first reaction was not, so this stinky thief was lying to me all along, but Marquis Jinggan Fu actually made false accusations. I'm very happy. Should I thank you for your trust?" Zhang Yinluo's face turned red and he snorted. "This kind of matter can be figured out with just a little analysis. I'm not that kind of brainless person." Sun Lang smiled and nodded, but he did not continue to pursue the matter. This matter should be dealt with slowly and should not be overly hasty. Should not be overly hasty. The female constable did not know why, but she was slightly flustered and asked in a low voice, "And then? And then what should we do?" "Naturally, continue to blacken the beard and keep his word." Sun Lang replied in a low voice and then raised his voice, "Pay. Laozi will randomly find a stubborn scoundrel on the street and give him a large sum of money to have him go to the yamen to make a fuss. He will say that you, Big Stick, who took a liking to his manhood and secretly kidnapped him. You will play with him in every possible way, humiliate him in every possible way, cripple his chrysanthemum, and destroy his joystick. There will be witnesses and evidence, so what the fuck do you have to say?" Chapter 65. Pay. Laozi will randomly find a stubborn scoundrel on the street, give him a large sum of money, and let him go to the magistrate's office to make a fuss. He will say that you, Big Stick, who took a liking to his manhood and secretly kidnapped him. You played with him in every possible way, humiliated him in every possible way, damaged his chrysanthemum, and ruined his joystick. There are both witnesses and evidence, so what the fuck do you have to say?" After Shoshin heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He sneered and then shouted, "You mean that Qin Yu is falsely accusing you? That delicate little lady is falsely accusing you, a man who claims to be pure and kind, a good man who doesn't even dare to go to a brothel, saying that you tied her up, imprisoned her, and played with her in every possible way?" Zhang Yinluo, who was inside, said with a strange expression, "It feels like you are taking advantage of the chaos to splash dirty water on each other. Damn it, see how I entertain him in a while." Sun Lang sneered without batting an eyelid and then raised his voice, "Delicate? Pay. How is she a good girl? She is a female cat burglar. Have you not heard of her name? I captured her the night before when I was carrying out a mission and handed her over to Constable Zhang Yinluo. This time, she must be harboring a grudge and is falsely accusing me. Nonsense. Nonsense. Hu Shoshin immediately retorted. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. How can you use flowery words to absolve yourself? Other than Qin Yu, there are other witnesses. This morning, when Marquis Jinggan Fu's housekeeper Su went out to handle some matters, he found Qin Yu, who was running away in a sorry state, looking dispirited and weak. After asking for the whole story, he brought her to the magistrate's office to make a report. Although Miss Qin Yu's body is weak, her thoughts and consciousness are still clear. She said that when you captured her the night before, you intended to rape her. Afterwards, Constable Zhang appeared with his team and ruined your plans. You pretended to hand her over and then followed the constables to kidnap her. You locked her up in a secret room and humiliated her for the entire night. Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo looked at each other again and sneered at the same time. The female arrester said in a low voice, "So, Captain who was acting with you and took the opportunity to tell you the information. You two have a tacit understanding." At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside. "Guild leader Hu, don't waste your breath on him. We have both witnesses and material evidence. If he has any objections, let him argue in front of his lordship. I believe that the laws of our empire will surely reveal the truth to the world and give him a fair verdict." "Steward Su, you're right," Hu Shoshin said loudly. "Did you hear that? Sun Lang. If you have a clear conscience, then release Constable Zhang and come out with us. We'll go to the magistrate's office to argue." Inside the room, Sun Lang said in a low voice, "Sure enough, all of this is Miss Zhao's doing. Although Gong Chun is in our hands, they seem to have guessed that we wouldn't dare to reveal the matter of the magic device. After all, this matter involves a lot of people. Everyone present is smart, and not many want to get involved. Even if the magistrate knows about it, he will find a way to cover it up. So they simply put this matter aside and focused on slandering me. They will determine that I robbed a criminal and raped a woman. When the time comes, they will put me in prison and shut me up forever. There will be as many ways as they want." Zhang Yinluo said hatefully, "This Qin Yu is really heartless. How could she change her mind overnight and even let Miss Zhao manipulate her? If we go to the magistrate's office, her identity as a cat thief will also be exposed. As I said, this is probably the key to everything." Sun Lang smiled. "The solution to this situation, the core of all the problems, falls on Miss Zhao. Therefore, we have to capture the leader first to capture the bandit." Then the paladin said clearly, "Go to the magistrate's office? It should be so. As a law-abiding citizen of the Empire, if someone falsely accuses me, I naturally have to defend myself. But today, Big Stick Hu, you are here. Friends from 6th Fan School and 4th Master Zhang are also here. I might as well tell the truth. Do you know why I came to Marquis Jing'an's manor? And how did you know I was here?" Hu Shoshin shouted, "If you have something to say it directly. Don't tell me there's still some secret inside? If there's any injustice or inside information, why don't you say it? We are all listening." "Good," Sun Lang shouted, "then I'll say it directly. I was hired by Miss Zhang to investigate Qin Yu's kidnapping. The reason why I came to Marquis Jing'an's manor is because there are various signs that point to this Marquis Jing'an's manor being the main culprit." Housekeeper Su shouted sternly from outside, "Nonsense! Why did we kidnap that female thief?" "How would I know? Maybe we did it to her." Sun Lang laughed strangely. "Your family's eldest miss might have lost interest in stinky men after her rich life experience and then awakened to some mysterious hobby. You couldn't satisfy her and she didn't dare to lay her hands on her maidservant. She was afraid that the matter would be exposed and her reputation would be ruined, so you went to Mingzhou City to kidnap some pretty girls. Kidnapping innocent people is easy to be targeted by the magistrate. Sure enough, Qin Yu, this kind of lowly background, is the most suitable for doing this kind of lowly and dirty work. Because she's a thief, Even if she gets lost, six-fan school won't care. Even if she dies silently, no one will care, right? Venomous slander! Housekeeper Sue shouted angrily. If you dare to speak nonsense again and disgrace my family's young miss reputation, even if I have to die, I will kill you. What, are you flustered? Who was it that went around destroying the scene yesterday? Who was it that set up a trap and wanted to kill me? Sun Lang said sternly. You think no one will care about the life and death of a thief, but I care. No matter how lowly, vile, and incorrigible she is, it's not a reason for you to humiliate and destroy her as you wish. Even if she's a thief who has done bad things, she's still a precious human life. She was kidnapped by you and brought to a gloomy and cold room. She struggled and cried helplessly, praying that there really is a hero in this world. If that's what she prayed for, then I will respond to her cry for help. Even if the enemy is the entire house of Marquis, I won't be afraid at all. His voice was dignified, and it contained an unshakable will. His firm words and strong conviction infected almost everyone present, except for Constable Zhang. Ah! Zhang Yinluo said expressionlessly, it's the second time, nonsense. Housekeeper Su shouted, Qin Yu is accusing you. You're still twisting the truth. How laughable. A person's heart is fickle and easily submissive. I don't blame her, Sun Lang said loudly. Being threatened by you, being tortured by you, and even being f***ed by your eldest miss, and being brainwashed due to mental disorder, all of this is possible. Hu Shouxin suddenly shouted, Sun Lang, you're so confident. Do you have any evidence? Sun Lang said decisively, Of course I do. And it's irrefutable evidence. As long as Miss Zhao comes with us to the Yamen of Mingzhou, we can debate it. I'll show the evidence and the truth will be revealed. Hu Shouxin muttered to himself and seemed to be tempted, but Housekeeper Su immediately said, No. How can my eldest miss show her face in public and be interrogated in front of the Yamen? If a random person comes to the Yamen and beats the drum to complain about my eldest miss, will she go to the Yamen every day? I'll go on her behalf. What evidence do you have? What do you want to debate? I'll answer on her behalf. No, the one being sued is your eldest miss. Sun Lang said with a smile. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Hu Shouxin said awkwardly. Aya, this really isn't easy, but Housekeeper Su, Sun Lang's words are reasonable. And now that he kidnapped eldest Miss Zhang, he's already extremely crazy. If his demands aren't satisfied, he might take a risk and do something. Constable Zhang is the pearl of the Zhang family. If anything happens to her, we can't take the blame. Look. Housekeeper Su shook his head decisively. No. Fourth Master Zhang, help persuade him. Constable Liang, you say something too. Sun Lang shouted from inside. Because I investigated this matter, I offended Marquis Jing'an's household. The current situation is obviously because they instigated Qin Yu and want to kill me. If Miss Zhao refuses to go to court, then no matter how much evidence I have, it's useless. I'll definitely be sent to prison and die without knowing why. If I'm going to die sooner or later, then I'll definitely drag someone down with me. I'll directly die here with a bang. At that time, the Zhang family will lose their pearl and will be heartbroken. Six-fan school will ignore it and Marquis Jing'an's household won't bend the rules. You're all accomplices in causing Miss Zhang's death. See how the Zhang family will take revenge on you in the future. Liang Bufan and Constable Liang's expressions changed when they heard this. Following that, fourth Master Zhang also sighed. Housekeeper Su, can this old man pay a visit to Miss Zhao and ask her for a small favor? Yinluo, this girl. Seeing that Housekeeper Su was still hesitating, Hu Shouxin suddenly snorted coldly. We've already spoken to this extent. Why is Housekeeper Su still making all sorts of excuses? Could it be that there's really some inside story? I, Hu Shouxin, was born in the military and pay particular attention to the merciless military law. Even if the rangers under my command make a mistake, they will all be severely punished and will never be shielded. But if they didn't make a mistake and someone else framed them, then even if I have to risk my life, I will seek justice for them. Now that Sun Lang only asks to go to court, I'll have to trouble your miss to gently move her jade toes and make a trip to court. Could it be that she's not willing? I, Hu Shoshin, will say today that I ask Miss Zhao to give me some face and go to court to argue. If this matter is really done by Sun Lang, then I'll pour tea and water to Miss Zhao as an apology. He said in a clear voice, Sun Lang, is that all you want? Other than this, I have no other requests. Sun Lang shouted from inside. I, Sun, am a good man, I mean what I say and do things with a clear conscience. I only ask for justice. As long as Miss Zhao appears and agrees to go to court with me to prove my innocence, I will immediately surrender. Did you hear that? This is his only request. Hu Shoshin shouted. He said that as long as Miss Zhao appears, he will immediately surrender. Sun Lang shouted from inside. Yes, immediately throw yourself into the air. Chapter 66. Steward Su, I think one must be sincere in doing things. Sun Lang has already said that as long as Miss Zhao appears, he will immediately surrender. This is his sincerity. Hu Shoshin said firmly, What about your sincerity? The dispute and discussion were going on intensely, but what everyone didn't know was that in the reception hall, a silent terrorist plot was slowly unfolding. Steward Su's resistance and protest became more and more powerless. What if he suddenly attacks? Listening to the noise and breathing outside, Sun Lang grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the plate and arranged them on the table one by one. This was the distribution of people. Outside, Hu Shoshin sneered and said, How can this kind of thing happen? Although I, Hu Shoshin, am an old soldier of Tianyuan, I haven't forgotten my martial arts. Fourth Master Zhang has a long history of martial arts, and his martial arts are invincible. There are also the elite constables of 6 Fan School here. How can they not control Sun Lang, a little paladin? What if he suddenly attacks? How can he do that? There are so many people here. Can he fight all of us? The paladin counted the number of people expressionlessly, then took out 6 cans of herring from his inner pocket and stacked them up. Fourth Master Zhang first said a few words of modesty, and then began to agree with Hu Shoshin. As a qualified civil servant, Liang Bufan knew the importance of taking sides and being flexible. He also stood on Hu Shoshin's side and said a few words. Steward Su was attacked from 3 sides and became more and more uncertain. Hu Shoshin's face became worse and worse, and even Fourth Master Zhang's expression gradually became suspicious. She knew that the situation would become more and more unfavorable if it continued to drag on. Zhang Yinluo closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Previously, when she came in, she was on full alert, observing the terrain and preparing for a fierce battle. Thus, she roughly memorized the terrain around the reception hall. Thus, she stretched out her hand and exerted force with her fingertips, carving marks on the table, marking the various terrains. Sun Lang silently gave her a thumbs up. The girl smiled knowingly. Su Qingluan sighed and said helplessly, I have to ask Miss Zhao. I can't make the decision on this matter. Hu Shoshin immediately shouted, Sun Lang. Steward Su has gone to invite Miss Zhao. Release Constable Zhang now and come out to surrender. Sun Lang laughed strangely and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Let housekeeper Su bring Miss Zhao here. I don't trust you. What if you're lying to me? Before Su Qingluan could flare up, Hu Shoshin said with a silly smile, What this little bastard said makes sense. Butler Su, just invite Miss Zhao over this time. Don't worry, this is the last time. If he dares to raise other conditions, he must be up to no good. I will directly use the Imperial Army to kill him. Under the thunder bow, he won't have the chance to pull the trigger. Hearing the conversation outside, Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo looked at each other and smiled. For some reason, the female arrestor felt a little excited. Unlike the previous time, this time she took the initiative to participate. Although she had no choice, there was still a little excitement like a good child doing bad things, which made her heart beat wildly. However, the corners of her mouth could not help but curve into a faint smile. Sun Lang whispered, "Listen, just like how we captured Zhang Jianyuan yesterday. First, create chaos, then take advantage of the chaos to kidnap Miss Zhao. Then, let her speak and force her to admit defeat." Zhang Yinluo hesitated and said, "Let Miss Zhao admit defeat? It's easier said than done. Since she is so decisive, she won't compromise, let alone admit to some things. Especially regarding the magic tool. Once she tells us the whereabouts of the magic tool, it means that her life will be in our hands." "How could that be?" The ranger smiled deeply and said, "Don't worry, I have a way. Although I don't like to use this ability, Miss Zhao has gone a little too far this time. She has to pay the price for her actions and lose something. You'd better have a sense of propriety. I want to tell you this, but forget it this time. In fact, you have always had a sense of propriety." Zhang Yinluo sighed and said, "I hope everything goes well." "Everything will go well because I'm here." Sun Lang gave a thumbs up and said, "I said that no matter what, I will stand by your side. No matter what kind of enemy we face, I will fight with you. In the current situation, Miss Zhao has a considerable amount of initiative. We can't fight with her in the battlefield she has drawn. We have to use a surprise strategy and catch the ringleader first." Zhang Yinluo nodded and said softly, "No matter what the result is, I have to thank you. Thank you for not giving up under such circumstances and still standing by my side." Now she looked calm and gentle, with a faint blush on her face. Her eyes were not as sharp as usual, and her expression was not as serious as usual. Now she looked like a picturesque beauty, quiet and beautiful, unusually elegant. Sun Lang smiled and said, "You look a little different from usual. If you were so gentle and easy to talk to that day, I might have agreed more readily." Zhang Yinluo's quiet temperament immediately shattered, and she turned back into the energetic female arrestor. She rolled her eyes and said, however, "You will still ask for the Jinghong sword as a reward, right?" "Of course." Sun Lang smiled proudly and said, "Business is business. I never do business that loses money. At most, when I educate you, my tone will be a little gentler, that's all." "You." The female arrestor shook her head and smiled. She picked up the cans of herring in her hand one by one, then narrowed her eyes and looked at the topographic map and the distribution of people on the table. She said softly, "In a while, I will throw them, and you will use the fire kirin to bombard them. Only 4 cans will be enough. The fire kirin has a total of 6 bullets. If you miss the target, you can still make up for it. 4 shots should be enough to cover the people outside, but you have to avoid Miss Zhao as much as possible. You don't want to run around with a girl covered in dirt, right? Also, if she's clean, she'll be more afraid of the canned herring. But if she's already been splashed all over, the effect will be greatly reduced. Because she's already stained with that stuff, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore." No, I don't intend to use the canned herring to threaten her. You misunderstood me. I have a more effective and punitive measure. It will only take a few minutes at most to make her instinctively answer all the questions I want to know." But now, Sun Lang didn't need to explain this. He just quietly listened to Zhang Yinluo's plan. The girl stared at the simple map on the table attentively. A strand of black hair fell from her shoulder. When she was serious, she did have some unique charm. When the noise outside became noisy again, the two of them raised their heads. Hu Shouxin's loud voice rang out, "Sun Lang, Miss Zhao has arrived." Zhang Yinluo glanced at Sun Lang, feeling both annoyed and amused at the same time. "Boss Hu's relationship with you is pretty good. He's actually so diligent in passing on information. Today you've splashed these things on his head. Let's see how you explain it to him in the future." Sun Lang smiled and took out 2 gas masks. He handed one to Zhang Yinluo, just like yesterday. A sweet and gentle voice sounded from outside. It seemed to have a charming effect. Mr. Sun, I have arrived. To see you again in such an occasion, it's really… this voice sounds familiar. Sun Lang tilted his head. Who is it? Have we met before? I don't have any impression. Let me think. Zhang Yinluo raised his hand expressionlessly. No need to think. Are you ready? Butler Su shouted from outside. Sun Lang. Miss Zhao has arrived. Why don't you come out and surrender? Okay. Since you are in such a hurry, I will immediately surrender. Immediately. Sun Lang's voice sounded in the room. 1, 2, 3. Open your mouth. Bang, 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 bang. 4 iron cans broke through the window and flew out, followed by 4 consecutive gunshots. In an instant, the sky changed color. The smell of despair and the splashing of unknown liquid fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The world seemed to have turned into a sulfuric color. Everywhere they saw, smelled, and touched were all things that made people crazy. After being stunned for a moment, people began to scream crazily. At the same time, the roof of the reception hall suddenly broke open. 2 figures broke through the roof tiles and soared into the sky. Sun Lang waved his right hand and threw a rope around Miss Zhao's waist. Come here. According to Sun Lang's flawless plan, he would be able to kidnap Miss Zhao within a few seconds of the people falling into a frenzy because of the canned herring. Then, he would be able to escape without wasting time to interrogate her. As long as he carried her to a safe place, casually touched her along the way, and then put her down, Miss Zhao would probably be in the trained, a black-face state. In this state, Miss Zhao would basically tell him everything she knew. As long as he interrogated her about the whereabouts of the magic device, he would have enough evidence to use against her. Then, he would be able to take drastic measures and win. It was a perfect plan. It should have been like this, as long as he could kidnap Miss Zhao as quickly as possible. But an accident happened. Chapter 67. Since ancient times, myths and legends had said that there were 18 levels of hell. But seeing it with one's own eyes was one thing, and myths and legends were another. Moreover, there were no audio and video products in ancient times. Due to the limitations of their horizons and the lack of imagination of ancient writers, no one had any real and shocking knowledge of the 18 levels of hell in myths and legends until today. Legend had it that among the 18 levels of hell, there was a level of hell called Hell of Boiling Shit, Ashiba. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that this was a hell with a lot of flavor. And these friends who were hit by the skill would definitely have a more direct understanding of this legendary level of hell. They would definitely have a deeper understanding of the fate of life and death, of good and evil karma. Thus, their hearts would always be filled with reverence, and then they would become good people who were useful to society. Amitabha, this was really a good deed. Amidst everyone's frenzied dancing and crazed shouts, Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo broke out from the roof. The wanderer threw out a lasso, wrapping it around Miss Zhao's waist. At this moment, the 2 people's eyes met. Only then did Sun Lang clearly see the appearance of the Marquis of Jing'an's orphan daughter with picturesque features. Wasn't this that rich dog he saw in front of the temple that day? I really do have discerning eyes. I can tell with one glance that they aren't good people. Come over here. Sun Lang pulled forcefully. Looking at the other party's shocked and panicked eyes, he laughed coldly in his heart. Today, I will make you feel as if your body has been completely hollowed out. But in the next moment, the ranger's heart was greatly alarmed. He subconsciously looked at Hu Shouxin, and this Tianyuan military general also suddenly raised his head, instinctive vigilance and disbelief flashing through his eyes. The 2 war heroes were alarmed at almost the same time. This was an instinct they had honed through endless slaughter in the Tianyuan War. extraterritorial sky demon. At the same time, Miss Zhao, who was bound by the lasso, let out a scream. Save me! A mysterious and dangerous purple light flashed from her eyes, and the void seemed to be twisted by a mysterious force. Invisible spiritual power suddenly spread out. Sun Lang's expression changed. He couldn't care less about dragging Miss Zhao over. He immediately turned around and pressed down on Zhang Yinluo's shoulder. Divine Sense Attack. Hurry and protect the beer. Zhang Yinluo blinked. Huh? What? The ranger was startled, but he did not let down his guard. He looked at her carefully and then asked, Why are you okay? The female constable was baffled, but the next moment her eyes widened. Hey! With a flash of sword light, the sword light cut through the sky and cut apart the lasso thrown by Sun Lang. The one who attacked was actually Fourth Master Zhang. His eyes were covered with a layer of purple light. After he drew his sword, his gaze fluctuated violently. The sword in his hand emitted a clear sound like the cry of a swan goose, as if it was dispelling the spiritual energy for its master. It was the startling swan sword. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingluan had already picked Miss Zhao up by the waist and rushed into the depths of the mansion. Miss Zhao's voice sounded again, Stop them! Something terrifying happened. Something quite terrifying happened. When the constables, whose faces were covered by the exploding canned herring, heard Sun Lang's words, they simultaneously stopped their frantic screams and frantic actions. Their eyes were covered with a layer of purple light. Carrying that horrible stench and terrifying juice, they uniformly looked towards Sun Lang, who was standing on the roof. Then, they let out a cry in unison, somersaulted, and climbed towards the roof, swarming towards Sun Lang. F***CK. F***CK. Logically speaking, Sun Lang had mastered the supreme method of not killing people with one punch. Even if there were 10 times more constables present, they would all be buried in the ground. But the situation was different now. These constables were covered with the soup and juice of the canned herring. The smell of their bodies was mixed together and almost condensed into a substance, which was not inferior to the legendary murderous aura at all. Who would want to fight with them? It was disgusting to even touch them. Damn it, it was even more terrifying than a zombie tide. A cold light flashed in Sun Lang's eyes. He decisively raised the fire kylin and aimed at the right leg of a person who had climbed up. The next moment there was a loud bang. However, Sun Lang did not fire. That constable's leg was grabbed by someone, and then he was ruthlessly smashed to the ground, knocking over a few people and making a loud noise. Hu Shouxin jumped to the roof, with a piece of fish hanging on his head. He wiped his head and looked at Sun Lang gloomily. Don't tell me that this is the canned herring you mentioned. Sun Lang blinked, raised his gun and shouted, Old Hu, it seems that you are also controlled. I'm sorry. Get out. Hu Shouxin roared, Don't play this game with me. When this is over, I'll deal with you. Controlling people's thoughts and charming people, this kind of divine sense attack is not something an ordinary magic tool can do. It seems that Miss Zhao is in trouble. You go and chase after her. I'll deal with it here and stop everything before it becomes irreversible. Remember, don't kill anyone. Sun Lang snorted, You're a busybody. I'll try my best. Can you handle it here alone? Me too. Fourth Grandpa Zhang also leaped onto the roof and punched and kicked a few people down. He stood like a deep pool, like a mountain peak, like a dragon or a tiger, but his body was also suffused with an extremely terrifying aura. Zhang Yinluo was surprised at first, but then he was embarrassed. Fourth Master Zhang waved his right hand and threw the Jinghong sword to Zhang Yinluo, saying coldly, Stupid girl. I'll deal with you later. Go and solve this matter with your friends. The female arrester still wanted to say something, but Sun Lang grabbed her hand. Don't talk nonsense. Go and chase after Miss Zhao. They are going to run far away. Seeing the two young people jump off the roof and rush into the distance, Hu Shouxin and Fourth Master Zhang stood back to back. Fourth Master Zhang laughed softly. Master Hu, you're very capable. Just now, that mysterious power looked into one's heart and controlled one's divine sense. I've been cultivating my Yuan Qi for many years, so I was caught off guard and fell for it. The Jinghong sword helped me to dissolve this power. Without it, it would probably take a lot of effort for me to get rid of its control. You guessed right, Fourth Master. The Imperial Army can indeed resist this power. The stronger the Imperial Army is, the faster they can get rid of this control. The Thunder Bowstring is originally much stronger than the Jinghong sword. I've been fighting in the Tianyuan battlefield for many years, so I have my own understanding of how to resist this kind of power. The sound of thunder and lightning faintly came from Hu Shouxin's body. For the Imperial Army, this power was strange, but it was nothing. So, Fourth Master Zhang, you don't have to worry about your gains and losses. I admire your cultivation and martial arts very much. Fourth Master Zhang's figure flashed and stopped the constables who wanted to chase after Sun Lang. He punched, kicked, and slashed the back of their necks, knocking them out. He said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Hu Shouxin? Resist this kind of power? Could it be that Miss Zhao just—" Hu Shouxin reached out and grabbed the back of the two bailiffs' necks and forcefully pushed them down. Their heads hit the roof, and they immediately fainted. Hu Huaisho laughed loudly. Fourth Master Zhang, why do you ask when you already know the answer? The face of the son of the Zhang family changed, and he sighed. Yin Luo, that girl, has made such a big mess. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. Fourth Master Zhang, you don't have to blame Miss Yin Luo. Maybe this will turn out to be a great thing. Hu Shouxin smiled meaningfully. Now that things have come to this, why don't we think about how to solve it? I really admire Hu Shouxin. He stinks and looks like he's in a mess, but he can still say something like that. Fourth Master Zhang could smell the stench rushing straight to his Baihui acupoint every time he breathed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where did that girl Yin Luo learn this kind of bad taste? Look at the style of those things. Is it the canned food produced by the Western continent? She must have learned it when she was studying abroad in the Lihua country. That girl didn't learn good things when she went abroad. I must teach her a good lesson." Hu Shouxin smiled. "I was born in the military. This stench is nothing compared to the rotten corpses and blood on the battlefield. But why is Fourth Master Zhang so calm?" The corner of Fourth Master Zhang's eyes twitched. He seemed to recall the unbearable past this morning. He sighed softly. "This is a long story. Then let's talk about it after the fight." Hu Shouxin swept his legs and knocked back a few more people. He laughed and said, "Fourth Master Zhang, you must have been entrusted and ordered by your father to come here this time. In addition to Miss Zhao's matter, I think we have a lot of things to discuss. You also seem to have a lot of things to ask." "Well said." Fourth Master Zhang snorted coldly. "Today we put Yin Luo in confinement. Nominally, it was a punishment, but in fact, it was to protect her. The guards sent to watch over her were elites of the family with extremely high martial arts. However, they were all knocked unconscious by a mysterious ranger and didn't even have time to react. In addition, the door of the confinement room was made of stainless steel, and the lock was integrated with the door. It was a delicate and exquisite 1,000-trick lock. Even the most brilliant locksmith would need at least an hour to pry it open, but it was pushed open by someone casually. After that, we used a divine weapon to cut open the core of the lock and found that the inside was already a mess. It was as if someone had smashed it with a sledgehammer, but there was no trace of damage on the door. Guild leader Hu, when did such a person appear in the Ranger Guild? Hu Shouxin laughed and said, "Fourth Master Zhang, it's not an exaggeration to tell you that if you don't want your Zhang family in Mingzhou to be wiped out, you'd better pretend to be confused. Didn't your father send you here for this?" Fourth Master Zhang snorted and didn't say anything else. However, the doubts in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, he also noticed one thing. Just now, Miss Zhao used that mysterious power to control almost everyone present. Even with his own skills and the protection of the Jinghong sword, he was caught off guard and fell into the trap. He cut off Sun Lang's rope and helped Miss Zhao out of the predicament. As for Hu Shouxin, he had the Imperial Army's formation breaker and was also a general of Tianyuan. Although he was attacked by the divine sense, he wasn't controlled and broke free in a short time. He even knocked out the most dangerous person, Liang Bufan, while he was at it. He was a well-known fierce general in the army, and the Thunder Bao was even more famous in the Imperial Army. It wasn't surprising for him to be able to do this, but even Hu Shouxin was delayed by this divine sense attack for a few breaths. Why did that ranger seem to be completely fine? Chapter 68. Amidst the chaos, Su Qingluan carried Miss Zhao and fled without a trace. The range of Miss Zhao's ability was so wide that all the servants, guards, and maidservants of the Marquis of Jing'an's household rushed madly towards the reception pavilion. Su Qingluan looked at the familiar faces one by one, a purple light flashing in her eyes. They were like walking corpses, carrying out terrifying orders without any complaints or regrets, and the person who caused all this was the eldest miss in her arms. This terrifying power to manipulate people's minds undoubtedly came from that dangerous demonic weapon. She had planned and made thorough preparations. She originally thought that she could borrow the power of Gong Chun's backer to deal with that troublesome ranger with little effort. She did not expect that the other party would turn the tables inexplicably in a hopeless situation, and use such a dirty method to directly stun everyone on her side, to the extent that the eldest miss directly used that power in her panic. Now everything was over. Hu Shouxin was a general of Tianyuan. This kind of thing could not be hidden from him. If the matter of the demonic weapon was completely exposed, then everything in the Marquis of Jing'an's household would immediately vanish into thin air. As for that large power, they would even more so not protect the Marquis household. Thinking of all this, Su Qingluan's heart was sorrowful and hesitant, but there was also a faint trace of joy. She said softly, "Miss, I'll take you out of the city right now. Leave Mingzhou. We'll leave the empire and go far away." "No." The young girl in her arms firmly refused. "Older sister Su, take me to the secret underground room. We haven't lost yet. There's still a chance," she murmured. "Zhang Laosi and Hu Shouxin are all experts who control the Imperial Army. I can't control them for too long now, and now it seems that the ranger is also not someone to be trifled with. I can't control him either. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. As long as I control that demonic weapon and completely obtain its power, even the experts who control the Imperial Army will not be a problem. I can definitely do it. At that time, I'll control them all, and then control all the officials in Mingzhou. This way, I can deceive everyone and completely suppress this matter. I can even, eldest miss," Su Qingluan said sternly, "please wake up. If the power of a mere demonic weapon can make the warriors of the Imperial Army bow their heads and control the bureaucratic system of a city, then we would have long been under the rule of the Sky Demon. Eldest miss, we've already been utterly defeated. Before the Imperial Court can react, we have to leave immediately, or it will be too late." "Shut up." Zhao Feihuang's eyes suddenly, as if he had turned into another person, a flash of purple light in her eyes. Before Su Qingluan could react, the housekeeper's eyes. Qingluan's, her eyes. Qingluan S's. By Su Qingluan's SSS was before Su Qingluan could react. Su Qingluan tried to resist, Su's. Was, Qingluan. Su Qingluan was. Said Miss Bai Luan. Of this? Eyes. This eyes Qing she of? This time, the order was carried out most resolutely. Carrying young Miss Zhao, they sprinted through the chaotic Marquis Jing and Fu. They arrived at a small courtyard, entered the door, and turned on the mechanism in the side room. Zhao Feihuang looked at the mechanism wall that rose up and considered for a moment. He turned to look at Su Qingluan, the corners of his mouth revealing a cold smile. "Go, do your best to stop that, you know." Her face suddenly became pained, a fierce struggle and fluctuation flashed through her eyes, as if there were two souls, two wills that were constantly fighting inside her body. Her eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes warm. In the end, a stubborn will temporarily gained the upper hand. She reached out a trembling hand, pressing down on Su Qingluan's shoulder, her eyes shining with a blazing light. "This is the last order, elder sister Su. Leave this place, leave the Marquis Fu, leave Mingzhou, leave the empire. Find a place where no one knows you, a faraway place, and live well. All of this finally has an end. I have to stay here." Before she finished speaking, Su Qingluan, who received the new order, immediately turned and left, quickly leaving this room. Zhao Feihuang looked at that familiar figure. This was perhaps the last time she would look at him in this life. The girl forced out a smile. "Leave all of this and be free, elder sister. There won't be any more willful little sister to take care of, and there won't be any more laughable and pitiful Marquis Fu. Become a weak and kind person, only like this can you obtain happiness." She mustered the last of her strength and rushed into the secret passage. She pressed the mechanism hard, and the wall behind her rumbled down, blocking the last bit of light. In the darkness, Miss Zhao's voice sounded again, this time cold-blooded and rational. How foolish, but she did not know that outside this small courtyard, Su Qingluan was standing silently. She did not go far. 2 drops of tears splashed on the ground. She took a deep breath and said with a chuckle, "Miss, you're too polite. Allow me to pledge my loyalty to you for the last time." I don't think I can see where they ran to. Zhang Yinluo knocked out 2 maids who rushed at him. "There are too many people. Don't worry. Since she has used the power of the extraterrestrial sky demon, I can find her even if she runs to the end of the world." Compared to her, Sun Lang's method was more violent. The paladin pressed the heads of the 2 servants against the wall, smashing 2 holes that were neither big nor small. Then, he dodged to the right. "Come here, help me get rid of this servant girl. When did you become so protective of women?" Zhang Yinluo grabbed the maid and knocked her out with a chop on the back of her neck. Then he complained, "Because of this, we are delayed. Why can't you touch a woman? Haven't you been touching me since yesterday? Now is not the time to talk about this. You will know." Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "They went that way. Keep chasing." The female arrestor followed behind him. Looking at the people who were still crazily chasing after them, she said with lingering fear, "What's going on? Is this the power of the magic device?" "I told you that Miss Zhao hit the jackpot." Sun Lang snorted. "Do you remember the classification of magic devices that I told you before? There are 4 levels of junk. The structure of the human body is different from that of the extraterrestrial sky demon. The magic devices that are suitable for the extraterrestrial sky demon can't be used by humans at will. If you want to use a magic device, you have to go through a long period of special training and have a strong mental strength." Zhang Yinluo said doubtfully, "But Miss Zhao doesn't seem to know martial arts." "That's the crux of the problem." Sun Lang sneered. "Although a weakling who doesn't know martial arts and doesn't have a strong mental strength can't use a magic device, there are still exceptions. If the magic device has its own intelligence, then the device spirit can play a supporting role. It can guide and cooperate with the user to use the magic device. The premise is that it is willing to. Then the question is, why would a device spirit from the extraterrestrial sky demon camp be willing to help a human who is its mortal enemy? That's why I said that Miss Zhao hit the jackpot." Zhang Yinluo was shocked. "You mean that the device spirit wants to use Miss Zhao to achieve some unspeakable goal?" Then we should stop her. But, how do you know all this? Sun Lang smiled proudly. That's because you've been through hundreds of battles, right? Zhang Yinluo mumbled. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Next time, can't you say something else? You're so insincere all day long. The ranger smiled faintly. Okay, I'll seriously fool you next time. Zhang Yinluo rolled his eyes. The two of them quickened their pace and continued to track down Zhao Feihuang and her servant. They seemed to have entered the courtyard over there. It's probably a secret room or something like that. Sun Lang pointed at a building not far away. At the same time, Zhang Yinluo also turned his head. They heard the whistling of the wind, the flickering of silver light, and a heavy voice. An armored warrior descended from the sky and blocked in front of the two of them. You'll have to pass through me first. This armored warrior was actually wearing a full set of Western armor and held an iron spear in her hand. That hard armor covered her entire body. Although the heavy armor covered her graceful curves, her voice still came out from the helmet, revealing her gender and identity. It was housekeeper Su of Marquis Jingan Manor. Sun Lang looked at her tight armor and the corner of his eye twitched. Zhang Yinluo was bewildered. Although the defense of this armor is good, it's a bit cumbersome. This isn't a battle formation charging in, so why is she wearing this heavy armor that restricts movement? The ranger turned his head nonchalantly. How the F***K would I know? Shameless pervert. Housekeeper Su said hatefully, You don't know? Today I'm wearing armor and took the antidote to clear heat and calm down beforehand. Let's see how you'll use that kind of shameless method to deal with me. Zhang Yinluo's voice inadvertently rose an octave. Shameless method? Sun Lang angrily said, Nonsense. Nonsense. How can you accuse someone without any basis? Why don't you tell me, what kind of shameless method did I use? Shameless? Housekeeper Su scolded. In short, as long as I still have a breath, I won't allow you to harm a single hair on eldest Miss Head. Today, I'm wearing this heavy armor and want to compete with you using real swords and real spears. Marquis Jingan Manor has also been on the battlefield. Today, I want you to experience Zhao family's spear techniques. As soon as his voice fell, Sun Lang suddenly pulled out the fire qilin and threw a shot to the side. With a boom, the spear, which contained the power of fire, directly broke apart a nearby pillar, causing wood chips to swirl in the air and sparks to fly in all directions. Then, he blew off the smoke from the muzzle and beckoned to Steward Su. Come. Chapter 69. This is awkward, Zhang Yinluo thought. She looked at the ranger and did her best to suppress her laughter. This guy still didn't play by the rules as usual. Come on, come on. Sun Lang waved the fire qilin and shouted, Your father, I don't need to turn on the big shot, just using the left button is enough to kill you. Very clearly, his random spear strike and hoodlum-like clamor completely destroyed Steward Su's determination to die in solemn atmosphere. Su Qingluan was silent for a moment and silently raised her spear, as if she was brewing her murderous aura, wanting to perish together with Sun Lang. At this time, Zhang Yinluo suddenly discovered that Sun Lang gave her a meaningful glance. The female constable blinked her eyes, not understanding the meaning. She asked in a low voice, What? Do her? No, I mean, I want you to use your mouth to do her Sun Lang rolled his eyes. Look, she came fully armed, but her fighting heart is not firm. Her voice is low and disappointed, her figure is bleak, and her words reveal the desire to die. It's most likely that her master dumped her. She is currently in a perplexed and disappointed state, which is perfect for a big-breasted person like you to take advantage of and give her a life-correcting mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say it out loud. Zhang Yinluo shouted. I feel that her murderous aura has intensified by 30%. That's probably because I poked at her sore spot. Sun Lang nonchalantly said, say that she was dumped by her master. This guy seems to still have a conscience. I reckon that right now, she is conflicted and worried about her eldest Miss's ability to manipulate people's hearts and thoughts. After today's incident, the matter of the demon weapon is about to be exposed and Marquis Jingon-fu is doomed. She definitely wants to take eldest Miss and run away, but for some reason, her family's eldest Miss is full of confidence and feels that she can counterattack. A conflict arose between the two, and in the end, her family's eldest Miss clearly won. From what I heard last night, she has a good relationship with her family's eldest Miss, so they should live and die together. Even if she volunteered to stop us, she should have a resolute gaze and a resolute aura because she is fighting for the people she wants to protect. But she didn't. Then we can guess, her family's eldest Miss must have used that mental power on her and controlled her. Sun Lang revealed an icy smile. I can also guess, when she used her mental power to control her, Miss Zhao's temperament must have changed greatly, as if she became another person. That person's killed decisively, her eyes cold and empty. Housekeeper Su, who was clenching his spear tighter and tighter, suddenly raised his head. How did you know? Sun Lang ignored her and said nonchalantly, this can explain why Housekeeper Su didn't follow by the young Miss side in life and death. Instead, he came to fight us with his life on the line. Originally, with the personality of the decisive young Miss Zhao, she would definitely order Housekeeper Su to delay us at all costs so that she could play her final role. But at this time, the kindness and willpower of the other young Miss Zhao temporarily broke through the mental seal and took control of the body. She may have used up the last of her strength to make the loyal housekeeper quickly escape for his life, to fly far away. A pity, a pity. This Miss Su did not understand her family's eldest Miss's painstaking efforts and sacrifice. She still foolishly wanted to offer her final loyalty to her eldest Miss, but she was completely unaware that inside that body is... Before he finished speaking, Su Qingluan directly pounced forward and grabbed Sun Lang's collar. What did you say? Say it clearly. Sun Lang reached out and grabbed Su Qingluan's right arm that was wrapped in a thick gauntlet, swung it back, and then kicked Housekeeper Su in the chest. Housekeeper Su rolled back with his armor and smashed a few huge holes on the ground before stopping. The ranger shook his hand and Sinran said, "Damn it, stay away from me, don't touch me." The fire qilin was constantly hovering in his left hand. The ranger walked straight over and sneered, "It seems that I guessed it right. It seems that your eldest Miss has really won the biggest prize. Friend, when you looked at the demon vessel you saw in your house, did you feel dizzy and uncomfortable? That's because there was a spiritual force that was constantly eroding your heart's defense, but it was blocked by your cultivation. When your eldest Miss saw that magic weapon, did she have a strange expression and a trace of expectation? That's because her martial arts were too weak, and her heart's defense was too weak. There was a voice that echoed in her ears, persuading her, chatting with her, or asking her if she was willing to become a magical girl. Housekeeper Su felt a sharp pain all over her body. The kick just now did not cause her serious injury, but she felt enough pain that she forgot to get up for a moment, because every word Sun Lang said was like a sharp sword stabbing her heart, making her feel infinite fear and regret, so she did not dare to think about what it meant. However, Sun Lang showed the cruelest reality without mercy. "In Luo, do you remember that I told you about those magic weapons with spirituality? Although there are few magic weapons with spirituality, the world is so big that there are many precedents. Since they have spirituality, they naturally have a variety of personalities. Because of different personalities, their behavior is naturally different. Some magic weapons that are cowardly or easygoing by nature have no hostility to humans, and may even reach a certain degree of agreement with humans to use each other. Some magic weapons that are crazy bloodthirsty simply do not care who their masters are, as long as they can bring them enough blood and battle, they will recognize humans as their masters without any pressure. And those magic weapons that are hostile to humans have many more tricks up their sleeves. Sun Lang smiled and said, for example, those cunning magic weapons will pretend to be very docile, and provide all kinds of power to their masters, tempting them, guiding them, and finally turning them into a madman who takes pleasure in creating chaos and killing, so as to achieve their goal of revenge against humans. Some magic weapons are even more simple, direct, and violent, directly wanting to kill all humans. And some of the most cunning and playful ones, what do you think they will do? Sun Lang came to the side of housekeeper Su, who was lying on the ground, bent down, and said softly, of course, it will take over the target's body, obliterate the target's soul, and replace this human's role in society, entering the human world. In this way, the things it can do, and the damage it can cause, will be even greater. To be honest, even the imperial court does not know how many such things are hidden in the entire empire, or even the entire world. Housekeeper Sue's pupils suddenly shrank. She clenched her teeth, forced herself to stand up, and ran in the direction of the courtyard. Are you going to die? Sun Lang said with a smile behind her. After it has taken over Miss Zhao's body, it has a body of flesh and blood, and a vessel to carry the soul, so it can use its own power without any scruples. With your ability, in an instant your mind will be controlled, all your memories will be erased, and you will become a loyal and devoted puppet. Su Qingluan froze in place, her body trembling slightly. Zhang Yinluo quietly walked over, pulled Sun Lang's clothes and whispered, "Hey, I know she did something wrong, and also did something very excessive to us. Now, it can be considered as them reaping what they sowed. But, do you have any way to help them? Other than Qin Yu, they did not hurt anyone." Okay, don't stare at me, I know they hurt your young heart, but didn't you claim to never be at a disadvantage? If you let them die like this, will you be able to vent your anger? Obviously, letting them live, then punishing them, and making them compensate for our losses would be more interesting, don't you think, right? Sun Lang cast a sidelong glance at her. I always feel that you seem to have mastered a special skill to talk to me. With a chuckle, Zhang Yinluo asked in a low voice, so, is there any way? Since you know so much about magic tools, you naturally know how to save them. Sun Lang rolled his eyes at her. The artifact spirit of a magic tool is usually difficult to destroy. Their weakest moment is actually after they possess a body. Once they have a physical body, they will naturally become stronger and more free, but this human body will also become their prison. So, as long as the artifact spirit succeeds in possessing a body, I will be able to kill this troublesome artifact spirit with a single shot of my spear. So, why do I have to go and stop the artifact spirit? Housekeeper Sue's body suddenly trembled. She was silent for a moment, then took large strides in front of Sun Lang, and knelt down without hesitation. But midway, the ranger reached out and pushed her shoulder, and a force made her stumble back, sitting on the ground. Don't kneel. Sun Lang said softly, you are not worthy. As long as you can save eldest Miss. Su Qingluan said resolutely, my body, my soul, my everything, and everything that the Marquis of Jing'an can provide. Sun Lang nodded. Marquis of Jing'an, right? Maybe there really is a place where I can use you. Also, I want your eldest miss to answer some of my questions. That's it, you all stand guard outside. Saying so, he pointed at Zhang Yinluo. Oh, remember, you owe me another condition. Zhang Yinluo blinked, saying in confusion, how did it involve me? It's because you wanted me to do this troublesome thing, and I also agreed because you pleaded for leniency. You can't just move your lips and make me do this and that. Did you forget what I told you before? There is a price to pay for doing good deeds. Sun Lang raised his gun. You don't agree, right? Then I will directly go in. All right, I agree. Zhang Yinluo shouted. She stomped her feet, muttering, so petty. Forget it, I already owe you enough. Su Qingluan's mood was somewhat downcast. She told Sun Lang the method to open the mechanism and watched as the paladin entered the courtyard. The sound of the mechanism activating rumbled. She bit her lips, worry and anticipation in her heart. Then she heard Zhang Yinluo say softly, "Don't worry, although he looks a bit impudent, as long as it is something that he has promised, he will definitely do it. You can rest assured on this point." Housekeeper Su was somewhat moved. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Yinluo, wanting to say a few words of apology and gratitude, but saw the female constable take 2 steps back with a vigilant expression. "Don't come near me. He said to let me remain vigilant, and I feel that this is very reasonable. Right now, you are still an enemy and not a friend, so don't do anything that will cause me to misunderstand." On this side, Sun Lang had already opened the hidden door and entered the underground tunnel. The smile on his face had already disappeared, not because of seriousness or nervousness, but because the aura in the air made him remember the past, that time filled with killing and fighting. He went all the way down, passing through one room after another, following the guidance of his heart and walking towards the end. Then, he saw a beautiful figure quietly standing alone in the darkness. Perhaps the other party had also noticed him. After he approached, the beautiful figure quietly turned around. It was Miss Zhao. No, the one controlling this body was already another spiritual intelligence. Her movements seemed a little stiff, and the expression on her face was not rich enough. Under the illumination of the candlelight, there was a sense of creepiness. Miss Zhao was quietly looking at Sun Lang, and Sun Lang was also observing her. "No wonder my power can't affect you." Zhao Feihuang. No, it should be said that the weapon spirit showed a strange and cold smile. "So you are of the same race." Sun Lang was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes and immediately put on a warm and sincere smile. His tone was excited and sincere, showing the joy and excitement of meeting the same race in a strange and hostile environment. "It seems that you have succeeded. It's good to be able to sense a familiar soul. I didn't expect that there would be other survivors besides me. How did you survive?" Chapter 70. It seems that you have succeeded. It's good to be able to sense a familiar soul. I didn't expect that there would be other survivors besides me. How did you survive? Perhaps the weapon spirit had just succeeded in taking over the body. Not only had she not fully adapted to her new body, but her mind was also in a state of confusion. As a result, she was fooled by Sun Yunxing's impeccable acting skills. She hesitated for a moment, and her eyes flashed with memories and pain. "I don't know. I remember that I was originally a field researcher in the 3rd Legion of the Eschen Theater of Operations. We lost a battle, and I died on the spot." Sun Lang nodded. "Eschen Theater of Operations. I remember that the commander of the 3rd Legion was General Harder. His flowing cloud-light thorn was invincible. I had a deep impression of his bravery." Sun Lang spoke of the details of the war without delay, and the remaining doubts in the weapon spirit's heart were further dispelled. She said happily, "You also know General Harder?" The ranger smiled. "Yes, an old friend. Our friendship is very deep." The artifact spirit did not doubt him and continued, "I originally thought that my soul would return to the embrace of nothingness, but in the endless darkness, I suddenly woke up one day and discovered that my soul had actually attached itself to the saint artifact that I had used in my previous life. I had actually become an artifact spirit. I racked my brains for a long time, but I still did not know what was going on. I was already dead, so why?" Sun Lang's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "When? Do you remember when it happened?" The weapon spirit smiled bitterly. "I lost my original body and attached myself to the sacred weapon. How could I still have the concept of time? But later, I was found by this group of human beings. Through communicating with them and beating around the bush, as well as my previous observations and records, I judged that the time of my incarnation and reawakening was about 2 years ago." Her expression suddenly became ferocious, full of hatred and killing intent, as well as endless fury. That is, when we completely failed. At that time, I felt a huge spiritual power awaken me. I could sense the things contained in this spiritual power: countless bravery, sacrifice, anger, and unwillingness. I seemed to see the last elite warriors of the clan gathered together, united, gathered their strength, and launched the final attack on the enemy, and then bravely died in battle until the last person. Their sacrifice and death released a spiritual storm that swept every corner of the planet. Sun Lang lowered his eyes to hide the violent fluctuations in his eyes. He asked as if nothing had happened, "And then you met Miss Zhao?" "Yes, this humble soul. She looks wise, beautiful, and smart, but in fact, she is lonely, weak, and inferior. She lives in the shadows, lives in disguise. She carries too many meaningless things on her shoulders, and I am here to help her free herself." The weapon spirit smiled coldly. "The war is not over yet because we are not yet dead. This woman has a high social status in human society. I have replaced her and taken everything she had. I will use everything she has more efficiently, such as her wisdom, her wealth, her status, and even her body. I can use another way to continue this war until I complete my revenge or die." She looked at Sun Lang with burning eyes. "I think that the two of us will not be the only ones who have reawakened. Why don't we work together?" "That's what I'm thinking." Sun Lang smiled deeply. "Let's work together, for the tribe, for the whole of China, to destroy the human tyranny, and the world belongs to us." Sun Lang spoke fervently like a hot-blooded and brave warrior. Then, he stretched out his hand and showed a kind and warm smile to the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit was somewhat puzzled. She looked at Sun Lang's hand and asked, "What are you doing?" "Shaking hands." Sun Lang smiled gently and said sincerely, "Let's start with this human etiquette. Shaking hands is one of the most common etiquettes in the human world. It originated from the slash-and-burn ancient times. When you meet a stranger, if you have no evil intentions, you will put down the weapon in your hand and reach out your hand to touch each other's palm to show that you are not hiding any weapon. This custom gradually evolved into the etiquette of shaking hands. This gesture shows friendliness and communication, and it can deepen mutual understanding and trust. Now that we have to work hard and struggle in this world as human beings, we have to act like human beings. So, let's start with shaking hands." The weapon spirit was a little hesitant, but when she saw the smile in Sun Lang's eyes and his gentle and friendly face, she couldn't help but feel moved. This tribesman's words seemed to make sense. Thus, she also stretched out her hand. Her slender jade-like fingers and her spotlessly white and flawless palm touched Sun Lang's large hand. Then, her hand was tightly held by the other party. The artifact's spirit was stunned for a moment, and before she could react, a terrifying tremor that almost numbed her entire body like an electric current swept through her body. She suddenly felt an indescribably wonderful feeling fill her body, making her feel extremely happy and carefree. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as she felt something seeping out of her body. She cried out in alarm, "You! What did you do? What are you doing?" Sun Lang smiled and said, "Of course I'm tricking you, you idiot." The weapon spirit's whole body was sore and weak, and her senses were filled with fatal happiness. She couldn't summon a trace of strength in her body. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't let go of her hand. And what made her alarmed was that this body was sending her signals of endless happiness and laziness. In other words, it didn't want to let go at all. Her eyes were suffused with purple light. She wanted to use her divine sense to attack, but her spiritual power was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Then, her expression changed again because the physical contact made her finally see the nature of this man. She was shocked and angry. You're not my tribesman. You're lying to me. But why do you have our power?" Sun Lang looked at her gently. If you guess correctly, I'll tell you. The weapon spirit struggled to gather her strength, wanting to get out of this predicament. She struggled and gritted her teeth. You want to save this human? Too late. I've already completely taken over this body, and my soul has already completely controlled this body. Her soul has already turned into ashes, and you can't save her anymore. Her eyes were suffused with a strange light, revealing a mysterious charm. Her voice was instantly filled with temptation. Moreover, these humans have tried to kill you time and time again, so why do you want to save her? Why don't you just take me out like this, and everything will be as usual? You can have me, and you can also control this marquee mansion. My ability won't work on you, so you can control me and make me work for you. Sun Lang sighed. I've read a lot of books, you can't fool me. She is the owner of this body, and in her own body, her soul will be abnormally strong. It will be suppressed, imprisoned and even weakened, but it will be very difficult to destroy. If you can destroy her soul in such a short time, how could you be in such a sorry state now? The weapon spirit gritted her teeth and said, Humph, you know a lot, but so what? At this point, you can't separate me from this body. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Sun Lang sighed again. What's so difficult about that? When your or her spiritual fluctuations reach the extreme, it will produce a huge rejection reaction. As the original owner of the body, she will regain control of the body and expel you. Am I right? The weapon spirit was stunned for a moment, and then screamed. How do you know? No, you can't possibly know this. Could it be that you? So, let's make it simple. Come out yourself, don't waste time. Sun Lang loosened his grip, and the weapon spirit fell to the ground, her body limp. That dripping fragrant sweat and light panting, that beautiful figure and exquisite face, everything outlined in astonishing beauty, was abnormally tempting, but Sun Lang was unmoved. Whether you believe it or not, my war is over. I have no reason to continue being enemies with you, unless you're not honest. So, come out yourself. I won't hurt you, nor will I kill you. If you are obedient, I can find a new body for you in the future, but not this one. He smiled. Because I promised someone to save her, so I have to keep my word. Also, I have something I want to ask this Miss Zhao, and I want her to answer my doubts. You should come out yourself. The weapon spirit was stunned for a moment and then sneered. Are you that good? I won't believe you. Humph, you want to expel me from this body? Then bring it on. I've been sleeping in the Saint artifact for so many days. I've tasted the emptiness and coldness. I've also endured the maddening loneliness. My spirit has become as tough as steel. No amount of torture can make me yield. If you have any skills, just use them. Even if you succeed in the end, what you leave for that woman is a broken and scarred body. At that time, she will be no different from a dead person. Don't. Sun Lang sighed. If you're like this, I can only sing. The weapon spirit suddenly felt something was wrong, and vigilantly asked. What sing? A beautiful Hakka folk song. Sun Lang smiled, pulled over a stool, and sat on it. Then he stretched out his hand, gently lifted the weapon spirit, and placed it on his lap. Ignoring the other party's low cries and bitter endurance, he cleared his throat, and displayed his beautiful singing voice and superb artistic attainment, and began to sing. Beat the drums, beat the gongs. Stop the gongs, stop the drums, listen to the singing. All kinds of idle talk also sing. Listen to me sing 18 touches. Pa! And ah! Chapter 71. When the virtuous folk singer-teacher Sun sang, the steamed bun out of the steamer is all alike, the device spirit, who had been singing with a melodious soprano voice, finally couldn't take it any more. Her eyes turned white, and her delicate body kept struggling and twisting like a fish out of the water, like a small boat constantly bobbing in the stormy sea, sometimes climbing to the clouds, sometimes falling into the deep valley. She felt that every corner of her body was gradually out of control, and every inch of her skin was dancing and intoxicated under the other party's fingertip. She felt that things that made her despair and faintly look forward to were accumulating in her body, accumulating more and more. The other party was so terrifying that it was difficult to describe. He seemed to have countless ways to make her feel incomparable pleasure and happiness, but she couldn't do anything about it. Humph. Sun Lang wiped his hands on Miss Zhao's clothes and said disdainfully, "Trash with only 5 combat power." This ordinary action became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The device spirit suddenly let out a high-pitched scream, and her whole body twitched violently, making people wonder if her slender waist would break because of this. Sun Lang had already seen the opportunity and pushed Miss Zhao's body to the ground. "Damn it, don't dirty my clothes." The soul fluctuations of this body had long been stimulated to the extreme by the pleasure of infecting the spirit of the body. The boundless pleasure caused the artifact spirit to have no time to seal off Miss Zhao's divine soul, and the intense pleasure kept awakening the original owner of this body. In the end, the violent soul attack once again came, and the artifact spirit no longer had any strength to resist. A huge force was repelling her, trying to expel this intruder from this body. The purple light shone violently, and in the dark, an invisible spiritual force kept coming out of Miss Zhao's body. In the void, a cold and resentful voice suddenly came. "Don't think you've won." Sun Lang was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed slightly. "Oh no." She left something on Su Qingluan. Outside the tunnel, in the courtyard, Su Qingluan was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, she felt a huge spiritual force on her body. In an instant, her eyes shone with a strong purple light, and her body moved involuntarily. She raised her iron spear and waved it at Zhang Yinluo beside her. With a clear sword hum, the Jinghong sword was drawn out of its sheath. Zhang Yinluo blocked with her sword and retreated. Her figure was as graceful as a swan as she shouted, "I was right to be wary of you, Su Qingluan." No, it should be said that she was the device spirit. She snorted coldly when her attack missed. She waved her iron spear and rushed outside unstoppably. She knew that the mechanism in the secret room could only trap the man for a while. The only thing she could do now was to run away. She could not help but admire her foresight. When Zhao Feihuang used the power of his divine sense to get the last magic weapon fragment from the female thief Qin Yu, she did not make the magic weapon complete. Instead, she used spiritual suggestion to control Zhao Feihuang to make this fragment into a necklace and gave it to Su Qingluan. The housekeeper did not notice anything unusual and only treated this fragment as a necklace given to her by the young lady. This was the escape route left by the device spirit. It was also because of this that when Zhao Feihuang used the last of his strength to give the order to housekeeper Su to run away, she did not stop him. Because Su Qingluan, who left with this fragment, would become her last escape route. But in the next moment, a loud noise came from inside the room. Sun Lang kicked open the door and rushed out. Behind him was a mess. The mechanism wall was broken beyond recognition. He did not stop for a moment. In an instant, he came to Zhang Yinluo's side. With a gentle wave, the female arrester's Jinghong sword flew out of her hand and fell into the ranger's hand. Then Zhang Yinluo saw a flash of sword light. It was like a meteor streaking across the field. It was like a swan flapping its wings. In the autumn water and the long sky, it left a breathtaking silhouette. Su Qingluan, who was running, threw the iron spear out of her hand in an instant. Then, the sword light, which was full of twists and turns, cut all the way from the joint of the armor. When the sword light dissipated, the thick and solid Western heavy armor burst open in an instant and shattered into iron and steel pieces of various sizes on the ground. Sun Lang sheathed his sword and the sword chi disappeared. In an instant, he came to Su Qingluan's side and reached out to grab her chest without any explanation. Su Qingluan suddenly let out a panicked scream. However, halfway through the scream, it turned into a meaningless whimper. Her body was tense and trembling because Sun Lang's right hand had already rubbed a circle around her chest. Her shame and pleasure rose to the extreme in an instant, and the mental power that was controlling her was suddenly ejected from her body. With a tearing sound, the clothes on the female housekeeper's chest were brutally torn apart, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and deep cleavage. Sun Lang's hand was holding a few pieces of torn clothes from inside to outside. However, wrapped in the bra was a necklace made of purple crystal fragments. A crazy soul was clamoring in despair. Perhaps returning to the magic artifact fragment had made the artifact's spirit's senses and consciousness sharper and stronger. Perhaps Sun Lang had just sheathed his sword, and there were still traces of the powerful force that had once swept through the battlefield. The artifact's spirit instantly sensed the essence of the power of the divine artifact hidden in this man's body. Her mental fluctuations instantly became violent to the extreme, as if she had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world, the most terrifying thing, and the most unbelievable thing. She screamed, This is, how is this possible? You. It's you. So it's you. You. The next moment, the incomparably sturdy purple crystal shattered with a bang. Along with the resurrected magic artifact spirit, it completely dissipated from this world. Matter and spirit returned to nothingness. Sun Lang silently opened his hand, allowing the purple crystal that had been crushed to powder in his hand to drift away with the wind. No one lived in it anymore. This soul had been completely obliterated. He said softly, Whether you believe it or not, I really didn't want to kill you in the beginning. I have no reason to continue fighting with you. Zhang Yinluo rushed over worriedly. When he heard Sun Lang's faint words, he came forward. What? Sun Lang smiled. Nothing. Su Qingluan, who had slowly regained her senses, had already struggled up without a word and ran toward the courtyard. In the secret chamber, Zhao Feihuang was held in Su Qingluan's arms. He was awakened by rain-like tears and repeated calls. Miss Zhao slowly woke up. Looking at the face close to her, she said softly, Sister Su, Miss. Housekeeper Su had just opened her mouth when her voice became choked with sobs. She could no longer speak. The girl smiled and reached out to stroke Sister Su's cheek. She said weakly, Sister Su, let's never be separated again, okay? Never. The two girls hugged each other, rejoicing that they had survived the disaster. Everything seemed to be over. No one died, no one was injured. Only two souls who were about to lose each other hugged each other, transmitting each other's warmth. Everything was beautiful. The girls were like a poem or a painting. It was a perfect ending, except for one of the girls whose clothes were messy. The clothes on her chest had been torn apart by the thugs, revealing a large area of seductive softness. Except for the other girl whose face was flushed. Her clothes were soaked, and there were even suspicious wet marks on her body. No one knew what the thugs had done to her. Except for the torn clothes in the hands of a thug who was standing behind and watching, I say. Zhang Yinluo's voice sounded from behind Sun Lang, with a little murderous intent. Shouldn't you explain something to me? Chapter 72. Zhang Yinluo found a few pieces of clothing and put them on Su Qingluan and Miss Zhao. Zhao Feihuang did not know martial arts and her body was weak. After experiencing such an accident, both her body and mind were extremely tired and weak. At this time, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Su Qingluan held her steadily. She first bowed to Zhang Yinluo and then glanced at Sun Lang. After a moment of silence, she said, After Miss Zhao has settled down, I will fulfill my promise. Sun Lang waved his hand. That demonic weapon's spirit has already been annihilated, but she had previously wanted to seize your eldest Miss's body. Later on, she withdrew in a hurry, leaving a portion of her power in Miss Zhao's body. For her, this is both a good and a bad thing. The ability to control people's minds and thoughts is one of the most tempting powers in the world. because in people's minds there is a strong desire to control everything. After all, the reason why your miss was chosen by this magic weapon and used the power of divine sense is probably because she has a similar obsession in her heart. However, sometimes power can become the most terrible poison in the world. It can silently corrode people's minds, especially this kind of power that can play with people's minds. It is easier to make people fall and lose themselves. I know a big bald man. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Sun Lang smiled. Today's matter, regardless of whether it's the people in the residence or the bailiffs who came from outside, they were all controlled and influenced. When they wake up, they will forget what happened today. However, the missing memories and blankness are the most obvious flaws. If you're afraid of trouble, your eldest miss will use this power again to weave a memory for them and give them a hint. However, let her know what to do. Su Qinghuan nodded in a daze. Now she could not listen to anything. The person in her arms was the one she cared about most. Other than that, nothing else was important. Watching the master and servant return to Zhao Feihuang's embroidery house, Zhang Yinluo suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. Everything that happened these days was too much for her to take in. She originally thought that it was just a case of robbery and contempt of the court. She did not expect that she would accidentally discover a shocking crime related to the smuggling of magic weapons. She thought that it would be an extremely difficult battle, but inexplicably, everything was solved. All of this was because of the paladin beside her. She whispered, "I don't know why, but it has only been less than 2 or 3 days, but I feel like more than a month has passed." Sun Lang showed a subtle expression. "Now that you mention it, I also feel a little strange." Zhang Yinluo shook off the strange feeling in her mind and squinted at Sun Lang. "When you said those words just now, your serious look was a little interesting, but this time, thanks to you, thank you very much." "Thank you." She sighed softly, some relief in her eyes. "This is already the end?" "Our mission has indeed already ended," Sun Lang said indifferently. Although the big backer of Marquis Jing, Enfu has not revealed his true face, although the big case of the smuggling of magic weapons has not surfaced, but this level of competition is already not something that you, as a bailiff, and I, as a paladin, need to meddle in. Just like we agreed before, Hu Shouxin will take over this matter and fabricate a flawless story. "I hope so." Zhang Yinluo nodded and suddenly said suspiciously, "I feel like I've forgotten something." "That's right, Qin Yu's matter. Hey, our initial goal was to save that female thief, right?" Sun Lang shrugged. "She was controlled by Miss Zhao this morning and accompanied by housekeeper Su to the Yamen to report me for kidnapping a woman. Now that the weapon spirit's soul has scattered, she should have broken free of her control. So is there a problem? Your goal is to save that female thief, then bring her to justice and punish her according to the court's laws. Right now, she is completely unharmed and has appeared in the Mingzhou Yamen on her own. Isn't this a happy matter for everyone?" The female constable was a little confused. "Although it's like this, there is still Marquis Jing and Fu. Qin Yu was kidnapped by housekeeper Su, so I want to—" Sun Lang dug his nose and said sarcastically, "You want to bring housekeeper Su to justice? Right now? Chase after her? Miss Zhao needs to be taken care of and Marquis Jing and Fu is in a mess. All the heavy burden has been placed on housekeeper Su's delicate shoulders. She was previously controlled by the weapon spirit and almost lost the person she loves the most. Right now, she is guarding Miss Zhao's bed, enduring the fatigue and weakness in her heart, silently protecting Miss Zhao. Then you suddenly rushed in and fiercely locked her up, leaving Miss Zhao without anyone to take care of her. Marquis Jing and Fu is in chaos. You are so inhumane." Zhang Yinluo was tongue-tied. She faintly felt that something was wrong. It doesn't seem like this is the reason. Look, if the prefect of Mingzhou is a good official who is discerning to the smallest detail and has an iron face, he would definitely investigate to the end. From what Qin Yu did, as well as why housekeeper Su kidnapped Qin Yu, he would investigate everything clearly. Like this, perhaps the entire matter would be exposed once again. You have to know that Qin Yu was captured by Marquis Jing and Fu and imprisoned miserably. She must be suppressing a nefarious fire in her heart. Seeing Marquis Jing and Fu lose power with a woman's pettiness, how could she not take a vicious bite? Sun Lang said with a smile, if the matter of the demon weapon was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the empire. Then this Marquis Jing and Fu would be completely finished. If the matter of the demon weapon was exposed, not only Marquis Jing and Fu, but also Ming Zhou's officialdom, as well as your family, as well as the Ranger Guild, all related people would be investigated and the backer of Marquis Jing and Fu would take revenge. Zhang Yinluo's expression turned pale. He stammered, this, on the contrary, if the prefect of Ming Zhou is a good official who is discerning to the affairs of the world and empathizes with the people, he would definitely cover it up when he encountered this matter. He would turn the big issue into a small one, and the small issue into nothing. Moreover, in order to make Qin Yu shut up, Marquis Jing and Fu and Hu Shouxin would definitely bail out the female thief. Eldest Miss would give her a hint and brainwash her again. Sun Lang said in all seriousness, considering that the prefect already has a good reputation in Mingzhou and has a stable position as an official, it can be seen that he is a good official. Therefore, this matter would definitely be turned into a small one, and the small issue would be resolved. Even Qin Yu would be bailed out after spending 2 days in prison. The female constable instantly felt her 3 views waver. Then what have I been doing these past few days? At the very least, if it weren't for your persistence, Miss Zhao would have been swallowed up and possessed by a demonic weapon in these past few days. A soul filled with hostility towards humans would have taken over Miss Zhao's body from Marquis Jing and Fu. In the future, it would definitely cause countless destruction and dangers to the empire. You prevented these things from happening and saved their lives. In addition, you discovered this matter and allowed me to let Hu Shouxin know that there is a mysterious organization that is secretly collecting demonic weapons. You exposed the first step of their scheme. Although you don't have the right to continue participating in the following contest, you still made a contribution to this country. At least, your contribution is much greater than chasing down a female thief. Looking at Zhang Yinluo, whose expressions were slightly relaxed but still somewhat conflicted, Sun Lang smiled and handed the Jinghong sword in his hand to her. In life, it is rare to be confused. You should relax. Zhang Yinluo looked at the imperial army that Sun Lang handed over and asked in shock, What do you mean by this? Firstly, I promised you that I would resolve this matter. But from the results, regardless of whether it was Qin Yu or Miss Zhao of Jing, and Fu and her servant, they all got away scot-free. In the end, this matter didn't succeed. I'll return this sword to you. Sun Lang smiled and said, Secondly, you threw sh*t on your father's head. This time, your 4th uncle is coming, so you definitely have to follow him home. If you go back and say that you gave the Jinghong sword to a wanderer, you will definitely be beaten to death. Zhang Yinluo stubbornly shook her head and said, No, you have helped me a lot. This matter can't be blamed on you. Moreover, if it wasn't for you, things would definitely have become extremely terrible right now. Sun Lang smiled. These are 2 different matters. I was only protecting myself. Moreover, compared to the Jinghong sword, I already have something that I want more. The female arrestor still expressed her refusal. This is something that I promised you. The wanderer smiled helplessly. Then I have one condition. How about it? You just owed me another condition. Then come and fulfill it. I want you to take back the Jinghong sword. You! Zhang Yinluo blinked her eyes. Her starry eyes were filled with disbelief and bewilderment. However, after a moment, her female instincts allowed her to sense that something was wrong. Do you have some ulterior motive? Nonsense, Sun Lang said with an agitated expression. Am I that kind of person? I don't even want the Imperial Army. What other ulterior motive could I have? Zhang Yinluo squinted and said, Do you want me to take back the Jinghong sword as an opportunity and then propose another condition that will make things very difficult for me? If I am unwilling to agree, then you will say things like, I asked you to take back the Imperial Army and you agreed so happily, but when I asked you to do this, you made all kinds of excuses, which is difficult to refuse, so as to force me to agree? She snorted. You still haven't explained to me clearly. What method did you use to deal with Miss Zhao? You even grabbed housekeeper Sue's clothes and made her like this with just a light touch. Their reactions were almost exactly the same as Qin used that night. What kind of shameless method did you use? Sun Lang sighed. All right, since things have come to this, I will explain it to you. After a moment, Zhang Yinluo's eyes were cold and showed a trace of contempt. This is your explanation for your rogue behavior? Can't you find an excuse that won't be easily exposed? She stretched out her hand and patted Sun Lang's chest. Then, she grabbed the ranger's right hand and placed it on her shoulder. Nothing happened at all. She stared at Sun Lang. Just a touch can make a girl become like that? Why am I not affected at all? Sun Lang's calm eyes looked at Zhang Yinluo's lower body. So I want to ask you, are you a man or not? Zhang Yinluo screamed. Pervert! 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 Idiot! The ranger said angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Damn it, do you know that you almost ruined my state of mind? Damn it, I don't care right now. Listen, I want you to fulfill the second condition. Asiba, come, I'll give you a physical ligation. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, alright? Hu Shoshin rolled his eyes and said, Damn it, you're still the same. When I say one sentence to you, you retort back 10 times. I'm concerned about your marriage, but you treat my good intentions as ill intent. Sun Lang sneered faintly. Then, as we discussed before, you take the blame, fool around, and then set up a trap to see if you can catch the big fish. Hu Shoshin said curiously, Catch the big fish? You're interested? Why? Didn't you want to get involved in this matter? I'm suddenly interested because I found something interesting. Sun Lang was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Have you seen that stupid heroes list? It said that this Miss Zhao Feihuang's name is on the list. I know a thing or two about it. My family couldn't stop praising her and often mentioned it to me. According to them, during the Heaven's Origin War, she, as a woman, gathered the forces of the House of the Marquis and mobilized the manpower and resources in Mingzhou City to ensure the smooth transportation of the war. My family lived in Mingzhou City back then, and we supported Miss Zhao on the street in person. So, I remember it very clearly, Hu Shoshin said curiously. What's wrong? The ranger narrowed his eyes. What else? What else? Did she offer advice during the Battle of North Wind? Hu Shoshin scratched his head. I don't know much about that. After all, I wasn't in the North Wind Plains at that time. So to speak, aren't you an old acquaintance of hers? At the very least, you have a bit of friendship. Although you wouldn't reveal your identity, you would still take care of each other. So, you let them live? Sun Lang lifted his head, gazing at the clouds on the horizon. He leisurely said, There's no such thing. During the bloody Battle of North Wind, even if a eunuch came with an imperial edict, he would first throw the imperial edict to one side, put on his armor and sword and enter the battlefield. If there's anything to say, say it after you've won the battle. If there's an idiot who has the time to hand me a letter of unknown origin, I will definitely chop him up on the spot. Hu Shoshin was stunned at first, and then his eyes turned cold. Above the clear sky, a black cloud condensed out of nowhere and let out a muffled rumble. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he bared his teeth. "How dare you?" he said murderously. "I'll go find those two women and ask them about it." "No need. They don't know anything. How can they take the credit of their own accord?" Sun Lang smiled. "As I said before, the Imperium and I don't owe each other anything now. So, I don't care about military credits anymore. What I care about is not who took my military merit. What I am interested in is who dared to share my merit. You have to know, right now, there are people in the Imperial Court who want nothing more than to erase all traces of me from this world. Why would there be any complications? How can they have so much power? Who gave them the courage to do so? Got it." Hushoshin put on a hideous smile. "Smuggling demonic weapons is a great crime of the Imperium. Granting military credits without permission is an enemy of all the old soldiers of the Heaven's origin sector. Rest assured. There must be a result. I'll write a letter today and make arrangements. The big fish must be caught. If they don't all die, other people will think that we are easy to bully," Sun Lang said indifferently. "Firstly, don't mention me. Secondly, you're responsible for catching the fish. I'll take a look at its quality. If it's an old acquaintance, I don't mind exercising myself. Let's start with Gong Chun. It looks like this matter is not simple. Gong Chun, this little minion, must have limited knowledge. But with this as a lead, the truth will come to light sooner or later. As for Miss Zhao, I'll ask her personally after she wakes up. Don't disturb her." Hushoshin snorted, but still nodded. "You have the final say. Let her work like a cow or a horse to repay you." "I don't know how to ride this kind of horse that will die after running a few steps." Sun Lang smiled. "But Marquis Jing'an's household is quite powerful and has a good reputation. They must have a lot of resources under their control. There are people who really need this kind of power to join. She told me about a plan before. I think it's very interesting, so let's start from now." Chapter 74. She went out? Sun Lang asked with a frown. "She was still here yesterday, right?" "Well," the butler bowed and said with a flattering smile, "my master received an urgent letter last night, saying that there is a problem with the business in Tangzhou, so she left in a hurry this morning. She left a message saying that if Grandpa's son came to visit, then the problem must have been solved. She asked me to tell Grandpa's son that she will deal with everything when she comes back. Grandpa's son, please take care of the Duke's mansion for a few days." Sun Lang snorted and waved his hands. "I don't care, I am leaving now. When she comes back, ask her to come to me as soon as possible." Under the butler's helpless gaze, the ranger slipped out of the Flying Phoenix pavilion and shook his head. "Damn it, every time I come in and out of this place, I feel like a thief." He took a few steps and turned around to look at the quiet but luxurious pavilions of the Flying Phoenix pavilion. He thought for a moment. Is there something going on, or is she hiding from me? Why is she hiding from me? Could it be that she has sensed something? That doesn't make sense, she doesn't know anything about Zhang Yinluo. But you can run away, but you can't hide from me. I will deal with the big boobs first and then deal with you. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the Tingxue building, a figure came out from behind the curtains. She pulled out 2 books from the bookshelf and opened them slowly. After a few glances, a smile appeared on her face. "You came to the Flying Phoenix pavilion in the middle of the night and ran into Butler Sue. You groped him and then ran away. You must be feeling guilty. Why are you feeling guilty? You thick-skinned person. Could it be that you've finally realized that something is wrong? But you don't have the guts to do it? Humph, I will keep you here for a few days and collect some interest." The gorgeous beauty smiled and walked to the other side of the study with the 2 scrolls in her hands. She reached out and turned a vase mechanism. With a rumbling sound, one of the walls opened, revealing a hidden wall behind the wall. On the wall, there were words written in bold strokes. All the kingdoms in the world, under the empire, there is also the 9 states. Gu Weiwei compared the 2 scrolls in her hands and thought for a while. Yinluo, the daughter of the Zhang family in Mingzhou, is old-fashioned and serious. She's one-track-minded and silly to the point of being adorable. Apart from her vulgar breasts, she's really lacking in anything else. Apart from her body, she's not to his liking. Marquis Jing, Anfu's Zhao Feihuang, quick-witted, mature at heart, lively at actions, interesting personality, and also has Su Qingluan as a buy-one-get-one free gift bonus points. Therefore, Zhao Feihuang should be above Zhang Yinluo. After thinking for a moment, Gu Weiwei placed the 2 scrolls under the location of Mingzhou in the empire. Mississippi Zhao was above and the female detective was below. She looked at the huge wall map and mumbled to herself, "Although I am a bit discouraged, I can't do it alone. Compared to having him all to myself and then going to hell with him a year later, I still hope that he can live happily and well. But a person like me is only suitable to follow him without any regrets and help him do everything he wants to do. But when it comes to healing his wounds from the past and making him let go of his obsession, I can't do it. I can't even let go of my own past and obsession. How can I help him let go? So, girls, do your best." She chuckled. "But no matter what you do, I will always be unique. Hee hee." This smile was so charming that it was enough to disregard gender and make anyone who saw this smile lose their composure. However, what was more subtle was that Beauty Gu, who seemed to have everything under control, obviously did not realize that some things were out of her control that night. Zhao Feihuang woke up slowly and was about to sit up when Su Qingluan, who was sleeping by the bed, suddenly woke up and reached out to help Mississippi Zhao. "Miss, you have been busy the entire afternoon. You should sleep for a while more." "Big Sister Su, I'm fine." The girl smiled. Her face was no longer as weak as it was during the day. "I don't know why, but after sleeping for 4 hours, I feel much better. I feel that everything around me is different. My thoughts have become more agile than before, and I can understand things more easily. Even my eyesight and hearing have improved." Su Qingluan thought of what Sun Lang had said and a trace of uneasiness flashed across her eyes. Just as the ranger had said, a part of the remaining power of the magic weapon remained in Miss's body and merged with her. Whether this power that did not belong to mortals was a blessing or a curse for Miss, she really did not know. No matter what, she still hoped that Miss could live a peaceful and ordinary life. Zhao Feihuang sorted out her thoughts and asked, "Has everything been arranged?" Su Qingluan nodded her head in understanding. "Everything has been arranged. Miss, you have already hinted to the people in the manor and the affected bailiffs this afternoon. Everyone thinks that nothing happened today. After 2 or 3 months, today will be completely forgotten and the chaos will be quelled. The Marquis Fu will have already resumed normal operations. When they wake up, tomorrow will be a normal day again. Nothing has happened and everything will be as usual." Miss Zhao was silent for a moment and smiled. "I really don't dare to believe that it ended like this," Housekeeper Su said softly. "We have to thank Leader Hu for all of this. For the entire day today, he was helping out in the manor and directing the cleanup. He only left when it was almost night time. He said that Gong Chun is in his hands and the matter of the magic weapon will be taken over by the heroes of Tianyuan. But when I thanked him, he said that the person we need to thank is not him. I asked what they needed the Marquis Fu to pay, and he said that we will know in the future." Su Qingluan's expression was somewhat gloomy. In the end, did Marquis Jinggan Fu just change their backing? Or does it have to be like before? Zhao Feihuang suddenly revealed a smile, a beautiful blush appearing on her cheeks. She said softly, "Older Sister Su, what Leader Hu said is not wrong. The person we need to thank is indeed not him." Su Qingluan blinked her eyes and then reacted. The housekeeper's expression instantly became subtle. That gaze was very complicated, like a person who was about to starve to death and saw a plate of shit-flavored curry rice. She hesitated for a moment and a bad premonition arose in her heart. She carefully asked, That ranger? Zhao Feihuang quickly nodded her head, a young girl's shyness and joy flashing across her eyes. She said softly, At that time, I was controlled by that weapon spirit and was imprisoned in the depths of my soul. All around me was a vast expanse of darkness. There was no light, no sound, nothing at all. I was very lonely and very afraid. No matter if I shouted or ran, there was no response and I felt nothing. I was very afraid and thought that I would continue like this, neither dead nor alive, until I went crazy or died silently. I desperately prayed that someone could come and save me, prayed that someone could help me leave this place and bring me away. If that was the case, I would be grateful to him for the rest of my life. So, he came. Zhao Feihuang raised her head and held her chin, like a little girl who was fantasizing about her Prince Charming. She whispered shyly. I felt a warm big hand patting my shoulder, giving me infinite warmth and heat. That hand took me to the clouds, to the sea, to the clouds, to the tides, and to the cold and lonely soul world. That hand has been encouraging me, making me feel pleasure and joy, making me recall the beauty and colors of this world. It has been leading me, pulling me, until it took me back to this world, she said in a daze. Suddenly, she noticed older sister Su's tangled look and could not help but be startled. Older sister, what's wrong with you? Su Qinghuan said slowly. Then I really have to thank him. Isn't that right? Zhao Feihuang instantly became happy. It seems that we have wronged him from the beginning. I have secretly asked him this afternoon. Arrestor Liang Bufan said that it was Miss Zhang who insisted on investigating this matter, and then asked Mr. Ranger for help. Later, in order to cover up the truth, we went too far against him. In the end, he returned good for evil and risked his life to save us. She pressed her right hand on her chest and closed her eyes. She whispered, Older sister Su, do you know? I felt that a portion of the artifact spirit's power seemed to have remained in my body, and I also felt her final emotions before she died. That kind of incomparable fear and disbelief, as if she had seen the most terrifying person in the world. A person that the artifact spirit was so afraid of. Who else could it be? He must also be a very, very powerful hero of Tianyuan. That's why the power of divine sense could not control him, and the artifact was very afraid of him. That's why he could save me from that situation. Although I don't know what method he used, it must be a secret method to fight against the sky demon. Su Qinghuan's expression became incomparably tangled again. I don't think so. How can there be such a secret method? Miss Zhao smiled and said, Well, anyway, it's late today, but the matter has been settled. Tomorrow, let's go and visit Mr. Ranger. Su Qinghuan was shocked and hurriedly dissuaded her. Miss, your body is still very weak now. Let me do this for you. That won't do. Zhao Feihuang immediately refused. I should thank him personally for saving my life. Moreover, there is something that you can't do for me, okay? Housekeeper Su instantly felt that something was wrong. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with some trepidation, Miss, what do you want to do? Do you still remember what I said that day? Such a kind, upright, good-looking, and young peerless master, and a hero of Tianyuan with a mysterious background. Zhao Feihuang smiled playfully. Of course, I'm going to propose to him. Chapter 75. After 2 days, Zhang Yinluo once again came to the headquarters of the 6th Fan School in Mingzhou. 2 days ago, she had a small quarrel with the head constable and left in a fit of anger, intending to use her own strength to track down Qin Yu's whereabouts. She was alone and without help, so she had no choice but to accept the extortion of a certain paladin. But the development of the matter was out of the girl's expectations. Hidden behind this robbery case was a shocking secret about the smuggling of demon weapons. That was the turbulent undercurrent hidden under this huge empire, and was even enough to annihilate her family. Now, everything seemed to have been resolved. It could be said that it was a happy ending for everyone. No one died, and the chaos was also quelled and suppressed. Under the joint efforts of the Marquis Jingan household, the Paladin Guild, and the Zhang family in Mingzhou, all the disturbances were temporarily suppressed. A flawless lie was made into reality under the tacit approval of the government. The Marquis Jingan household avoided a disaster, and the matter of the demon weapons was not exposed. This matter was determined to be a premeditated robbery operation against the Marquis Jingan household. The vicious robbers tried to make a move on the lonely and weak young Lady Zhao of the Marquis Jingan household, but fortunately, the female hero Zhang Yinluo of the Six Fan School was very perceptive. Under the strong support and guidance of the head constable Liang Bufan, they tracked down the clues left behind by the robbers. At the last moment, they discovered the shocking conspiracy of the robbers, leading the Six Fan School to enforce the law and solve this huge case in one fell swoop, protecting the safety of the heroine young Lady Zhao, and safeguarding the safety and stability of the country. In addition, this matter also needed to be thanked for the assistance of the young hero Sun Lang from the Paladin Guild, as well as the support of the government from the head of the Paladin Guild, Hu Shouxin. As for the so-called robbers, it was said that because of their stubborn resistance, they were killed on the spot. Because their corpses were severely damaged, after being recorded in the file, they were cremated and buried. As for the female thief Qin Yu, because of her meritorious service in reporting, the Ming residents ruled that her merits offset her demerits. She was ordered to return the stolen money and be reprimanded, hoping that she would turn over a new leaf. Basically, this was a summary of what had happened in the past 2 days. An official summary. Today's Six Fan School was in a jubilant mood, because the Lord had sent someone to reward them early in the morning. Not only was there a reward from the government, there was also a personal gift from the Marquis Jingan household. The entire Six Fan School system would be able to share of the benefits. As for the trusted constables who had followed Liang Bufan to the Marquis Jingan household to enforce the law, they would be promoted and pay. When everyone saw Zhang Yinluo come in, the noise instantly died down. Everyone exchanged glances with each other. It was unknown what they were talking about. Perhaps they were discussing the truth behind this matter. Unfortunately, everyone only knew a little about this matter. The higher-ups had also given strict orders not to talk about this matter. No one had the guts to ask Zhang Yinluo directly. Furthermore, Constable Zhang was wearing casual clothes today. He wasn't wearing his constable uniform. I heard that 2 nights ago, Constable Zhang lost a criminal. Yes, I heard about it too. She went to the head constable 2 days ago, saying that she wanted to investigate this matter. Of course, the head constable didn't agree. Why waste so much effort on the life and death of a female thief? Even if she was caught, she would be fished out very quickly. So they had a big fight, right? That day, I saw her leave with a murderous look. Later on, I heard that she insisted on investigating this matter alone. Hey, she's really lucky. She actually bumped into a big fish. Not only did she make a great contribution, but she also formed a good relationship with the Marquis Jingan household. But her expression doesn't look good. That's right, she was the one who insisted on investigating, and she did it herself. It should be her alone credit, but the entire Six Fan School shared it. With her temperament as a young miss, she can't tolerate sand in her eyes. How could she let the head constable off so easily? Sigh, this kind of young miss with a golden spoon in her mouth really has the right to be willful. She doesn't understand the principle of each person praises the other at all. That's right, what's wrong with making a big contribution? Not only can you please your superiors, but you can also make your colleagues satisfied. Your contribution won't be any less. The entire Six Fan School will remember your good deeds, so why worry about not having the opportunity to be promoted and get rich? Zhang Yinluo listened to the whispers behind her and expressionlessly went to the head constable Liang Bufan's office. She knocked on her superior's door. The head constable Liang Bufan laughed heartily, very happily and smoothly. He didn't have the slightest bit of awkwardness. He kept praising Zhang Yinluo's ability to handle matters. He seemed to have already forgotten about the tense quarrel that happened here 2 days ago. He enthusiastically poured a cup of water for Zhang Yinluo and then sat back on the chair. Seeing that Zhang Yinluo didn't say a word, he was silent for a moment and sighed, "I know you look down on me." Zhang Yinluo quietly glanced at Liang Bufan. The other party's slightly depressed and gloomy appearance made her feel an indescribable disgust. She remembered that when he was praised by his lordship yesterday, this person's smiling old face and flattering appearance. She also knew a little bit about the dirty transactions hidden under the surface of the entire six-fan school system. There were always all kinds of filial piety from all over Mingzhou City. Most of it fell into Liang Bufan's pocket and he used it to purchase properties and bribe his superiors. Once when she was out on a mission, she heard from her colleagues that the head constable had a share in this place. He received a salary from the imperial court and was in charge of the public security of Mingzhou City. By virtue of being an official and using all kinds of means, he was able to live a luxurious life and was praised by his superiors and colleagues. His official career was prosperous and he had a lot of money. However, he had to put on such a pretentious and disgusting appearance that he was forced to do it. He was really hypocritical to the extreme. However, all of this had nothing to do with her. She smiled gently. "Head constable, I feel that what I have learned in the past 2 days is more than what I have learned in the six-fan school during this period of time. A paladin helped me solve this big case. He is not a righteous hero who asks for nothing in return. He is a guy with a very bad character. I used to think that he was the worst person I have ever met. But the more I think about it, the more I find him to be very interesting." His mouth was full of fallacies, but he could always make you speechless. His temperament was perverse, and he absolutely refused to be taken advantage of. If you asked him to do something, he would definitely ask for a sky-high price. If he didn't get 3 times the return, he absolutely wouldn't easily move. But this kind of guy actually accompanied me all the way to the end. He solved the dead-end situation that I once thought was unsolvable and resolved my incomparable despair. She looked at Liang Bufan and said softly, "He taught me a lot of fallacies in the past 2 days. Some of them sound unorthodox, but when you think about it carefully, they make some sense. For example, in life, there is nothing that you can't do, as long as you can be responsible for your own actions. So, head constable, what you do is your own choice. It has nothing to do with whether I think highly of you or not." Liang Bufan frowned. Zhang Yinluo's words made him feel a little uncomfortable. He said slowly, "So, what is the purpose of your visit today? I don't dare to say that I am here to teach you. Like I said before, I just made a decision and I am willing to bear the consequences." She stood up and took out a waist token from her waist. She put it on Liang Bufan's table together with the waist knife she brought. Then she said seriously, "Master Liang, I have decided to leave the six-fan school and resign from the position of constable." Liang Bufan widened his eyes in surprise. "Just because of this?" "Not really." Zhang Yinluo shook her head and said, 2 days ago, I had a quarrel with the head constable here. I said that I was willing to lend a helping hand to a female thief, and I firmly believed that what I did was right. Now it seems that it is true. If I stood by and did nothing, not only would Qin Yu die miserably, but more serious and terrible consequences would also happen. It was my efforts that saved all of this. Judging from the result, my decision is incomparably correct. But it is only the result. I thought about it last night. I thought about it. If I were to investigate this matter alone, what would the result be? The answer is that I can't stop all of this. I thought that what drove me to make this decision was the satisfaction of the heart or the real justice. I can't get the answer. She smiled. So, I think that I am still too young and too weak now. I still have a lot of things to learn and a lot of things to understand. These things can't be learned in the six-fan school. So, I want to leave. Liang Bufan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't understand Zhang Yinluo's choice. Has your family agreed? Zhang Yinluo smiled and said, I've already mentally prepared myself to take responsibility for my actions. This morning, I laid my cards on the table with father and the others. I wanted to argue with them and even get beaten up. However, for some reason, father and the others only remained silent for a while before nodding their heads in agreement. However, they made me promise that within 3 years, I will definitely participate in the military selection. The head constable nodded. Then what are your plans for the future? Do you want to go back to your school? Or continue to travel abroad? Neither. Zhang Yinluo pursed her lips and smiled. I think I will become a paladin. She raised the Jinghong sword in her hand and said with a smile, a person like that who would never allow himself to be taken advantage of actually forced the Jinghong sword back to me. He always does things that are out of my expectations. Originally, I should have been very worried because he returned the Jinghong sword to me because he wanted to get more from me. Now, it seems that this cunning fellow has already predicted all of this? No matter what, he invited me before and said that he wanted to set up a detective agency. I took it that he was serious. In short, this time, I must learn some more useful skills and experience by his side. Liang Bufan smiled bitterly. You are really as willful as a young lady. Yes. But isn't being willful a girl's privilege? Zhang Yinluo smiled mischievously. I was born in a rich family. I was born with resources and privileges that exceed ordinary people. I used to feel uneasy because of this. I don't want to be like those good-for-nothings. I want to make some achievements. I have always thought of myself as a rational adult. I am strict with myself. I am not allowed to be domineering and throw tantrums. But after spending a few days with a certain guy, I suddenly realized that I am still a young lady. Occasionally, I can throw a tantrum and play pranks. So, today's decision was a tantrum? Of course not. Zhang Yinluo blinked her eyes and revealed a sly look. Then, she waved her hand and said meaningfully, As for what a real prank is, you will know. Then I will leave, Lord Liang. The girl left with a burst of fragrance. Her footsteps were unprecedentedly light. Her back view was like a carefree elf. Liang Bufan was slightly absent-minded. When he came back to his senses, he shook his head and sighed. He sneered. This young lady who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But it's good that she left. She is standing in front of me and is an eyesore. But prank? What prank? He straightened up and was about to pour himself a cup of tea. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the direction of the window. It seemed that someone had thrown something from the window. The wind was fierce and there was a trace of gunpowder burning. Then, an incomparably familiar female voice shouted from outside, Eat shit, Liang Bufan. Bang. Chapter 76. After giving her unscrupulous boss the wrath of a young girl and the punishment of justice, Zhang Yinluo bolted out of the six-fan school under everyone's astonished gazes. Liang Bufan's roar and chaotic screams could be faintly heard behind her. The consequences of opening the canned herring indoors were devastating. Furthermore, when she made the explosive external control pendant for the canned herring last night, she had added a little something to it to ensure that the stench could spread to the outside faster, wider, and longer. She would definitely bid farewell to her former colleagues in the six-fan school, the best farewell. She ran out of the door and ran to the main street with a bright smile on her face. If it was 2 days ago, she would never have dreamed that she would actually do such a deviant thing. But today, when she heard Liang Bufan's screams, she actually couldn't help but reveal a happy smile, as if she was a little child who had succeeded in her prank. It's all that bastard's fault. She secretly spat in her heart, and then naturally pushed all the blame to a certain ranger. The girl walked on the street with a smile, heading in the direction of Sun Lang's house. That guy would probably be shocked when he sees me, and I don't know how he would react. No, according to his character of playing tricks on people, he would definitely put on a look of disdain and chase me away. Dream on. That day you said it yourself that you can't go back on your word. Besides, I've even resigned from my official position and condescended to ask you to partner up. If you don't agree. Zhang Yinluo patted the small bag on the right side of her clothes. Sun Lang had given her 2 canned herring that day. She had just used one, and the other was here. If he dared to refuse, Sun Lang, who was sitting at home, suddenly shivered. Then, he was dumbfounded. Why do I suddenly feel a chill that I brought upon myself? He stretched his body and put down the file in his hand. This file was obtained from Hu Shouxin, and recorded the various properties in the prosperous area of Mingzhou City. Obviously, the biggest reward of this operation was that he had found a precious light in this cruel world where there was no love and no breasts that could be slowly rubbed. Although the female detective named Zhang Yinluo was stupid, unfeminine, and unattractive, she was a rare treasure to a certain someone. If she was stupid, she could be educated. If she was stupid, she could be treated with electric shocks. If she was unfeminine, she could be trained and guided. If she was unattractive, she could be taught. If she was unattractive, she could be taught. If she was unattractive, she only needed to learn one thing. The most important thing was her breasts that could be slowly rubbed and would not die no matter how he touched them. Therefore, the basic mission at this stage was the legendary capture of the big-breasted female arrestor. Anyway, when I mentioned it to her, she seemed to be very interested in the detective agency. Sun Lang touched his chin and said, "Moreover, the Mingzhou officials will definitely cover up the truth about Qin Yu's case and make up a lie that will fool everyone. Moreover, everyone involved will benefit and benefit. Given that girl's character, she will definitely be very dissatisfied with this. In this kind of situation, in this kind of mood of disappointment towards the whole world, if I suddenly appeared handsomely and invited her to join this detective agency, to save the world together, and to work hard for a bright tomorrow, this girl will definitely be deceived." Sun Lang touched his chin. Even if she happens to have an IQ online, and with her idiotic intuition, she notices that something is wrong, and expresses her refusal, the paladin laughed sinisterly. "That's fine. In this case, I will have to use the dirty means of the Lord, such as intimidating your family, or harassing the 6 fan school. As for the method..." He took out a can of herring from his pocket and tossed it in the air. The smile on his face grew wider. About half an hour later, the 2 idiots, who had done a bunch of useless work, thought over and over again for things that did not happen, and shamefully gave birth to a bunch of dark and sinister thoughts, were sitting in the room, looking at each other in confusion. "I say," Sun Lang said with a subtle expression, "this is the first time I have seen a heroine who happily shook her boobs and ran to Hellcrown to beg for sex in front of the Demon King after being told to leave the novice village by the king." Although Zhang Yinluo still couldn't understand Sun Lang's nonsense, the rude and malicious keyword, shaking her breasts, was keenly captured by Zhang Yinluo. She said gloomily, "Oh? It seems that you have premeditated to trick me into coming here. Have you prepared a full set of plans? What are you going to do?" Sun Lang picked his nose and looked into the distance. "Compared to this, Constable Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Yinluo blushed and snorted, "I'm not a constable anymore." The paladin looked at her and was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped the table and laughed wildly. "Ahahaha! You're fired! You're fired! Because you're too annoying and you're always talking nonsense. You've blocked countless opportunities for your boss and colleagues to make money, so you're finally fired. Because you don't know how to behave, your boss found a reason to fire you. You're such a failure as a cop. His appearance was really asking for a beating. Zhang Yinluo roared, "Fire your ass? I resigned on my own accord." Sun Lang gasped and suddenly took out a mirror from the drawer next to him. He carefully looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. "Ah, I didn't expect that I would be so handsome after not seeing me for a few days. I actually attracted the black silk soul-chasing goddess Zhang Yinluo, who is known as the first wave of Qinghe and the first hegemon of Mingzhou, to give up the darkness for the light and send milk to my door." The corner of Zhang Yinluo's eyes twitched. Although she had expected this situation, she still wanted to hit him. "But I'm still very happy that you can come." Sun Lang tossed the mirror aside and turned his head. There was already a gentle smile on his face. "Although my personality is bad, I don't get up early if there are no benefits, and I'm also a guy with bad three views and a perverse temperament. I like to bully people and play pranks. Although I'm such a guy, I still need your guidance." Zhang Yinluo was momentarily dazed by this smile. The current Sun Lang was completely different from the usual Sun Lang who looked at people with slanted eyes and looked like he deserved a beating. At this very moment, he seemed to be genuinely happy for her arrival. The usual Sun Lang and the current Sun Lang, which one was the real Sun Lang? The girl was extremely confused. She blinked her eyes and snorted in panic. What? You were asking for a beating just now and suddenly you've become like this." "Really?" Sun Lang smiled and nodded. "Then, since you've chosen to join, then the other condition you owe me can be considered fulfilled." Zhang Yinluo made a sound. This was somewhat beyond her expectations. Quitting his official position and becoming a ranger was an act of initiative by Zhang Yinluo, not to fulfill that condition. Even she did not expect that Sun Lang, this shrewd guy who would not get up early if there were no benefits, would take the initiative to mention it. The girl was a little surprised. "Hey, did you take the wrong medicine today?" The ranger smiled slightly. "I've said it before. I'm very happy that you can come. Although I'm like this, in fact, I also hope to have a companion like you. After all these years." His tone was flat, but a trace of melancholy flashed in his eyes. "A little lonely." Zhang Yinluo was obviously very uncomfortable with his sudden change in style. However, the trace of loneliness in his eyes seemed incomparably real, so much so that it made the girl's mood fluctuate slightly. She whispered, "Who can you blame for this? If you were a little more normal, a little kinder, and a little more upright, why would you be alone?" The girl obviously did not realize that she had been tricked again. And she definitely did not want to know what Sun Lang meant when he said, "Hope to have a companion like you, and a little lonely." "Come on." Sun Lang's expression became light again. He stood up and pulled out a few pages from the desk. He turned back and said, "Before we officially welcome you in, we'd like to confirm a few things." Zhang Yinluo asked curiously, "What things?" Sun Lang's expression suddenly became serious. "A very, very important thing. Although I'm pretty sure in my heart, if I don't confirm it myself, I won't feel at ease. Moreover, this matter is of great importance. If we confirm it earlier, it will be good for both of us." Seeing that Zhang Yinluo was a little confused, Sun Lang explained, "You can think of it as an entrance exam. The boss needs to have a general grasp and understanding of the various abilities and attributes of the new employees. Do you understand now?" Zhang Nuxia was an elite who had studied abroad. Naturally, she was familiar with the West. Although she faintly felt that something was not quite right, she still nodded. "I understand." Sun Lang smiled very kindly. "Then let's start." Chapter 77. Name: Zhang Yinluo. Gender: The girl looked at Sun Lang expressionlessly. "Are you looking for trouble?" Sun Lang snorted. What do you know? What's the most important quality of a ranger? It's the rigorous spirit of exploration and the bold spirit of doubt. When solving a case, we have to make the boldest assumptions and carry out the most rigorous verification. Sometimes your eyes can deceive you. Sometimes what you see is not the truth. Zhang Yinluo almost blurted out, "Are my big breasts fake?" Such domineering words. But the girl's reservedness made her restrain this impulse. She said angrily, "Female." The ranger looked at her seriously. "Are you sure?" Zhang Yinluo couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed the table loudly and roared, "You're really looking for trouble, right?" "Wrong, wrong, wrong," Sun Lang said seriously. "I'm giving you your first lesson as a paladin. You can put makeup on your face, you can control your body shape, you can control your diet, you can stuff something in your chest, and you can distort your voice. The woman you see may not be a woman, just like the truth you see may not be the truth. As a ranger, you have to have the spirit of doubt. You have to be bold in your doubts, assumptions, and inferences." After talking nonsense for a while, he didn't wait for Zhang Yinluo to think carefully. He pointed at the girl and said loudly, "Then let me ask you, if someone suspects that you're not a woman, what will you do?" Zhang Yinluo sneered. "I'll beat him up on the spot. If you're so violent, other people's guesses will be confirmed." Sun Lang sighed. "What if the situation requires you to immediately prove your identity as a woman?" The girl looked at him sideways. "I don't think anyone would be crazy enough to talk about this except for you. Like I said, this is your first class as a ranger. The topic of this class is how to prove that a person who looks like a girl is really a girl." Sun Lang crossed his legs and said casually, "Little friend Zhang Yinluo, didn't you say that you wanted to learn some advanced postures from Teacher Sun? Why don't you answer this question?" Zhang Yinluo first thought about it seriously, and then for some reason, his face suddenly turned red and he said angrily, "You're just making fun of me. There's no need to prove anything when we're on a mission." "Huh?" Sun Lang dug his nose. "Let's say you're chasing after a fugitive. You follow the clues and find someone who looks like the suspect. The other party's face looked 70 to 80% similar to the fugitive, but he was dressed as a woman. By secretly observing his movements and the makeup on his face, you were 80% sure that he was the fugitive you were looking for. He was a woman in disguise. But his disguise was impeccable, and he looked like a delicate and pitiful woman. When he was stopped by you, he shouted for help, saying that you were a human trafficker or something like that. The brave citizens surrounded him, wanting to protect the weak woman. You explained that he was a fugitive and that he was a man, but no one believed you. Then there's the problem. Time is tight. Maybe in the next second, you'll be surrounded by everyone, and the other party will take advantage of the chaos to escape. You have to use the fastest speed to prove that he's a man. What should you do?" Zhang Yinluo didn't expect this guy to be able to come up with such a plausible situation. He couldn't help but be startled. Sun Lang nodded. "Well, according to your rough law enforcement habits and violent nature as a cop, you'll definitely want to pull down the other party's pants or tear open the clothes on his chest. Then there's the problem. If he's really a man, as a young girl, when you pull down the other party's pants, you'll naturally see the other party's big asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, I really couldn't tell that you're such a pervert." Before Zhang Yinluo had time to react, Sun Lang continued, "Besides, although you're 80% sure that the other party is the suspect, what if it's just a woman who looks like a criminal, and you tear open her clothes in public? How much damage would that be to a woman? You actually ruined a woman's reputation for your own benefit. Scum, scum." Zhang Yinluo rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Then what can you do to prove it?" "There are many ways," Sun Lang said without hesitation. "First, let the other party lie flat on the table or bed, and then feed them some kind of magic potion with the effect of local organ enlargement. Then, see if there's any magical phenomenon. Second, find a few big, burly, and coarse men to scare the other party. Say that you want to let this group of kind-hearted big brothers play a magical game with the other party, and see if the other party's performance is frightened or extremely frightened. Third, at this time, student Zhang Yinluo's gaze was already as cold as ice. Sun Lang cleared his throat and said seriously, "But you can also see that these methods are very disharmonious, very inhumane, and very unlike Hydra. As rangers, when we perform tasks, we also have to learn to abide by the law, and use more peaceful and witty means to achieve our goals." He suddenly jumped up, pointed at Zhang Yinluo, and said loudly, "Believe it or not, I only need to ask you a few physical data, and then observe you, and I can infer whether you're a man or a woman?" Zhang Yinluo was stunned. "What method?" Sun Lang smiled deeply. "It's a secret method that I learned from a professor that combines acting and reasoning. You'll know when the time comes. What do you think?" "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Zhang Yinluo glared at him, not to be outdone. "A few days ago, when I went to the textile shop to order new clothes, I measured myself once. What if you can't calculate it? If you can't calculate it, you can despise me as much as you want." Sun Lang smiled. "Come, tell me your weight." "Body weight?" Zhang Yinluo's face turned red, and she screamed. "Who would know that kind of thing? Idiot, idiot! Sigh, so troublesome. Stand firm." Sun Lang's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Zhang Yinluo. Holding the girl's slender waist with both hands, he picked her up amidst the other party's screams, swung her in the air, and then put her down. "You're courting death." Zhang Yinluo was so angry that she wanted to draw her sword and slash at him, but Sun Lang had already walked out of the room and into the courtyard. The girl held the hilt of her sword, and her face was red. Her chest was trembling because of her rapid breathing. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she snorted fiercely. "If you can't calculate the result, see how I'll deal with you," she followed out, but found that Sun Lang was standing in the middle of the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. She did not know what he was thinking. After a moment, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Yinluo indifferently. "Back off, I'm going to show off." Then he stretched out his hand, and a withered branch flew up from the pile of firewood by the wall and fell into Sun Lang's hand. Then the ranger lay on the ground like a tiger. His expression was serious, and his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. He used the withered branch in his hand as a pen, and his pen moved like a dragon and snake. He wrote on the ground one by one, and although the meaning of the formula was unknown, it still felt powerful. Known: shoulder width, chest circumference, waist circumference, hip circumference, net weight needs to be calculated, net height also needs to be calculated. Zhang Yinluo had gone to the cloth shop a few days ago to order clothes. At that time, he had also been measured by the tailor. At that time, he had also been measured by the tailor. At this time, the two were compared. Sun Lang's description was actually correct. The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she screamed, "Hey, I haven't said it yet. How do you know all this?" Sun Lang seemed to have entered a state of mind, and he turned a deaf ear to her words. He kept writing all kinds of formulas on the ground, calculating and thinking. The countless numbers at the tip of his pen had a strange spirituality. Wisdom lit the torch of knowledge, and gave humans the power to change fate. The mystery of the world, the infinity of the universe, everything could be disassembled into the most basic numbers. The truth could be analyzed, the process could be deduced, and the conclusion could be reached. This was because this complex world had actually entered the microscopic level. The essence of this world was nothing more than the endless variables produced by the intertwining and evolution of fundamental particles. This was because what made up this beautiful world was nothing more than many, many atoms, protons, electrons, and breasts. The moment he stopped writing, it was as if the whole world was cheering. Everything had a result. That light was not an illusion, but a real existence, hope. This world needed breasts. Sun Lang threw away the branch in his hand and jumped up. With a hearty smile, he gave Zhang Yinluo a thumbs up. I calculated it. The calculated weight data is roughly the same as your weight data, so you don't have a big beep. Don't support her, don't support her, don't support her, ha 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 ha. What do you mean by support her? Zhang Yinluo looked confused. Wait. How did you calculate it? I don't understand. Hey, can you explain it? Don't worry about those small things. You don't need to understand it, I understand it. The smile on Sun Lang's face was obviously showing signs of transitioning to that of a pervert. He suddenly opened his hands and laughed slyly. Welcome, Madame Zhang Yinluo, welcome to the team. Come, let's have a passionate hug first. Ha 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 ha. Hey, why are you laughing so disgustingly? Don't come over. Don't hug me, you bastard. It's disgusting, get out of the way. Zhang Yinluo screamed. I'm going to chop you up. I'm going to chop you up. If you come over, I'll chop you up. Oh, Yinluo, do you want to play a game of catching people? If I catch up with you, will you let me have sex with you? At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The two people, one hiding and one chasing, stopped. Before Sun Lang could ask, Zhang Yinluo had already let out a sigh of relief. She immediately ran in the direction of the door, shouting as she ran, I'm coming, I'm coming. Are you a guest here for a commission? Sun Lang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. The days ahead should be very interesting. Chapter 78. Zhang Yinluo, who ran to open the door, inwardly let out a sigh of relief, but there was an inexplicable panic in her heart. Sun Lang's behavior today was really too strange. She could still remember this guy's appearance a few days ago. His mouth was cheap, unreasonable, and his personality was terrible. But there was only one thing: this guy seemed to hate women very much. Just like the monks in the temple, they regarded beauty as a pink skeleton and kept a respectful distance. He even repeatedly emphasized that she must promise to absolutely not have any physical contact. But today, no, starting from the night before yesterday, this guy became very, very strange. Not only did he no longer resist physical contact with her, the way he looked at her also became more and more strange. When I return, I definitely have to set some rules with him. I came here to fulfill my promise and to learn some experience from him. If he dares to mess around, I will chop off that thing of his. As she thought this, she opened the door and a refreshing fragrance floated over. Standing outside the door were two beautiful young girls. One was wearing a long pink dress and had a beautiful appearance. The other was wearing a lake green outfit and had a heroic appearance. It was precisely Zhao Feihuang of Marquis Jing'an's household and her housekeeper, Su Qingluan. Zhang Yinluo was shocked. You are Miss Zhao? Miss Zhao was also a little surprised, but after a moment of surprise, she curved her eyebrows and smiled. Her bright eyes formed a crescent moon. The young girl stepped forward with a smile and held Zhang Yinluo's hand familiarly. Her smile carried kindness and gratitude. Constable Zhang, what a coincidence. Yesterday's matter was really of great help. Fei Huang was young and inexperienced and almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, you did not take former enmity to heart and helped out in a righteous manner. It was really impolite of me not to visit and thank you personally. Zhang Yinluo was somewhat unable to endure this passionate battle. It had to be known that she had very complicated feelings towards this Miss Zhao in front of her. Miss Zhao had once been her idol, a world-famous heroine. But the truth was not so. This heroine, who was not inferior to men, had actually engaged in the treacherous matter of smuggling magic tools. Moreover, she had almost been controlled by the magic tool, and her soul had almost been annihilated. However, due to various complicated reasons, after the truth came to light, the young lady did not receive any legal punishment. This made Zhang Yinluo's mood very complicated. But after experiencing this, the girl also vaguely felt that the various things in the world could not be clearly determined by right or wrong. Even if Miss Zhao was punished, the backer behind her, the mastermind behind the smuggling of the magic device, would not fall so easily. And those who pursued the truth and wanted to uphold justice might suffer the revenge of the other party. The world was so chaotic. The evil ran amok, and the strong wantonly broke the rules. It really made people feel helpless. Forget it. This matter is related to the game in the imperial court, and the undercurrent is turbulent. It's not something I can interfere with now. Now, I hope Miss Zhao can suddenly wake up and be a good person. Thinking of this, she smiled. Miss Zhao, I have already submitted my resignation to Head Constable Liang. I'm not a constable anymore. You can just call me Yinluo. Then I'll be arrogant and call you sister. Miss Zhao's eyes flashed and she smiled. Sister, what's your purpose here? Come, let's talk inside. Zhang Yinluo was pulled into the courtyard by Miss Zhao's hand. For a moment, she was a little confused. This seems to be something wrong. However, after a moment, something even more wrong happened. Miss Zhao, who walked quickly into the courtyard, immediately let go of her hand when she saw Sun Lang. Her breathing slowly became rapid, and her jade-like and picturesque face became bright red. Then, a smile bloomed on her face like 100 flowers blooming, like a swallow returning to its nest. She threw herself into Sun Lang's arms. That smile was so moving, condensing countless thoughts and sentiments. No man in the world would be able to resist such a smile. However, Sun Lang was an exception. When the two were less than 10 feet apart, Miss Zhao's movement was stopped. Sun Lang raised his hand, holding the withered stick that had just observed the quantum superposition state under Zhang Yinluo's skirt and collapsed in his hand. He pressed it against Miss Zhao's forehead. Sun Lang tilted his head and smiled kindly. Miss Zhao, you are seriously ill. Why don't you lie at home to rest? Instead, you come out to harass innocent young men? Su Qingluan, who had a conflicted expression from the beginning, finally couldn't help but take a few steps forward and pull Zhao Feihuang back. She first rubbed the red mark on Miss Zhao's forehead with a distressed expression and then glared at Sun Lang. Miss Zhao, let's go. This man is very dangerous. It's better for you not to get close to him. Zhao Feihuang struggled hard and said, How is it dangerous? Sister Su, let go of me. This is too rude. How could Su Qingluan be willing to let go? She had experienced the power of someone several times. If she was touched by him, she would. Housekeeper Su remembered the past and shouted with shame and anger, You will get pregnant if you stare at his eyes. Don't you think it's dangerous? Miss Zhao's eyes lit up, and then she tried hard to widen her eyes and look at Sun Lang. I stare. Miss Zhao. A moment later. What? Sun Lang and Zhang Yinluo looked at each other and shouted in unison, Marriage proposal. The paladin rolled his eyes, Damn, idiot. Miss Zhang, on the other hand, widened her eyes and pointed at Sun Lang in disbelief. This kind of person? When Miss Zhao heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said, My family's Sun Lang is magnanimous, chivalrous, highly skilled in martial arts, and resourceful. He is the best man in the world. To have such a good husband, I have no regrets in this life. Sister, you have the talent and appearance of a celestial being. You are devastatingly beautiful. Don't just settle for an ordinary man. In the future, you must marry a celestial being. Zhang Yinluo choked and couldn't say anything. She didn't know why she was vaguely irritated. Then she turned to look at Sun Lang and shouted, What kind of bewitching potion did you feed Sister Zhao? There is no bewitching potion. This is just a girl who wants to pursue happiness. Before Sun Lang could speak, Zhao Feihuang said first, He is unmarried, and I am unmarried. Why can't I fall in love with him? I don't understand many things since I was young, but there is one thing that I deeply understand, If you want something, you have to take the initiative to fight for it. Otherwise, it will be taken away by others. She looked at Sun Lang and said softly, "Originally, I thought that a marriage proposal would have to follow the ancient etiquette and invite at least 8 people who are blessed with blessings and prepare all kinds of precious gifts. It would have to be solemn and grand, and the whole Mingzhou city would know about it. But if I did that, it would definitely make things difficult for you. So I came here personally. If you agree, we can go back and—" "No need," Sun Lang said seriously. "Thank you for your kindness, but please allow me to refuse." As expected, Miss Zhao sighed softly. She looked at Zhang Yinluo with a complicated expression. "Can you tell me the reason? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? How am I not good enough? Or is it because of the things I did in the past that made you?" "None of those," Sun Lang said with a distant gaze. "You might not believe my reason for rejecting you." He blinked his eyes and then sighed in disappointment. That sigh was filled with loneliness, like a peerless swordsman who was invincible in the world. That feeling of loneliness at the top was something that no one else would know. "I rejected you because I have a kind heart, not because of anything else. I was afraid that I would kill you." Chapter 79. Facing Zhang Yinluo's unkind eyes, Su Qingluan's vigilant eyes, and Zhao Feihuang's eager eyes, Sun Lang sighed. "Forget it. If I don't make it clear, you will definitely continue to pester me. Then I'll just say it." He first looked at Su Qingluan. "Butler Su, if I remember correctly, we have fought a total of 3 times. You have been defeated by me all 3 times, in a way that you can't understand." Butler Su's pretty face suddenly turned red. It was more than an incomprehensible way. That kind of shameless method was incomprehensible and unacceptable. However, before she could show her anger, Sun Lang directly said, "I didn't use any drugs, nor is it any magic or evil arts. If I have to define it, it's a kind of curse that's always in effect. It's a passive skill that's always in effect. I can't control it, and it can't be transferred by my will. As long as it touches a woman's body, it will immediately take effect and turn you into that appearance." His eyes were calm, his tone was flat, and his expression was calm. Although what he said was very ridiculous, Su Qingluan faintly felt that this man was not lying. Sun Lang sighed and said, "Now you should know why I refused, right? If I agreed to the proposal, you can imagine what would happen after the marriage." Indeed, if this was true, a simple touch would make her like that, let alone doing that kind of thing on the wedding night. Su Qingluan nodded subconsciously, then came to her senses and roared, "Who would think about that kind of thing?" The two of them were talking in riddles. Zhao Feihuang couldn't help but ask, "So, Sister Su, what are you talking about? What kind of thing?" "To put it simply," Sun Lang looked at Zhao Feihuang and said slowly, "My physique is a little special. As long as I have a little physical contact with a woman, I will make her enter a state of estrus." These words were slightly straightforward. Zhang Yinluo shouted, "Talking nonsense again." Zhao Feihuang did not speak. This Marquis Jinggan Fu's eldest miss had always been a person of action. She believed that practice was the only standard to test the truth, so she directly stretched out her hand and touched Sun Lang's arm. "Eldest miss." Su Qingluan turned pale with fright. She wanted to fly over to stop her, but she was half a beat too slow. She could only watch as Miss Zhao touched Sun Lang's body. And Sun Lang did not dodge. The ranger sneered in his heart, "Little girl, if you don't believe me, then I'll let you see the power of health. I'll let you see early give up your thoughts, so that you won't pester you endlessly." The moment Miss Zhao touched Sun Lang's arm, the girl's body trembled violently. Her originally upright and dignified posture instantly softened, as if all the strength in her body was sucked out at the first moment. Her eyes became incomparably moist, her cheeks flushed red, and she was as beautiful as a flower. She wanted to say something, but her lips trembled and her emotions surged, making her unable to say anything. Su Qingluan took a few steps forward and pulled Miss Zhao into her embrace, letting her break away from Sun Lang's contact. The ranger rolled his eyes, saying in his heart, "As expected, I was just thinking that there would be another special case. As expected, it's still like this. I sigh, all the women in this world are too pretentious. They're all flirtatious sluts. Just carelessly touching them and their reactions are huge. A pure girl like Zhang Yinluo is really extremely rare." But in the next moment, Miss Zhao blinked her eyes. After breathing a few times, her emptied endurance was restored. She looked at Sun Lang. Not only was there no fear or disgust in her eyes, they instead became even brighter. She struggled to sit up straight and stretched out her hand towards Sun Lang, exclaiming in surprise, "Amazing, amazing, as expected. It's this kind of feeling, Almost at the same time, the two figures moved at the same time. Su Qingluan pulled Zhao Feihuang back into her arms again, while Zhang Yinluo also dragged Sun Lang up, grabbed the ranger's arm, and pulled him behind her. Su Qingluan shouted, "Miss, please calm down." Just like what he had said, marriage was out of the question. "You will die." "Sister Su, let me go." Miss Zhao struggled while looking at Sun Lang in a daze. "Yes, it's that kind of feeling, that kind of trembling and throbbing from the bottom of my heart. When I think of you, I tremble all over. When I touch you, I feel extremely honored and happy. I want to see you, I want to get close to you, I want to be by your side, I want to obey you, I want to listen to your orders." Her appearance was as if she had been brainwashed. Her crazy appearance made Su Qingluan at a loss and stunned Zhang Yinluo. However, Sun Lang's expression changed and he narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you are really sick, Miss Zhao. Sure enough, the soul of a mortal is still too fragile?" He pushed Zhang Yinluo aside and came to Zhao Feihuang. He squatted down and looked into her eyes. After a while, the ranger frowned and said, "The power of the magic tool has been left in your body and is affecting your body and soul all the time. It seems that the emotions of the tool spirit before it was annihilated have flowed back into your body. Her remaining instincts are affecting your thoughts. You must try to control this power and resist the influence it brings to you. Otherwise, things will get worse and worse. In the end, your behavior, habits, way of thinking, even hobbies and instincts will become the same as the tool spirit." Su Qingluan's expression changed and she said worriedly, "Then don't use this power, okay? Extract the power of the tool spirit and abandon it." "That's easy for you to say," Sun Lang sneered. "The two wars of the heavens' origin sector spanned hundreds of years. Unparalleled and intelligent talents were gathered in the best research institutions of the Imperium and even the world. They racked their brains and spent their entire lives trying, but they still could not completely crack the essence and operation pattern of the power of the extraterrestrial sky demon. They could not completely master the power of the extraterrestrial people. Stop daydreaming. Not only can I not do it, even if I can, I will not agree to it." Zhao Feihuang insisted, "It's not easy for me to gain such a great strength. I will never give it up. Additionally, it's good now. As long as I see you, I'll feel satisfied. As long as I sit beside you, I'll feel happy. If you could use such a great strength, I would feel happy from the bottom of my soul." Su Qingluan glanced at Sun Lang, her eyes filled with pleading. Her meaning was obvious. Hurry up and tell them to leave. Let us go. Quickly end Mrs. Thoughts. Sun Lang clearly had the same intention. Qin Yu's matter had already been settled. He did not owe Marquis Jinggan Fu anything and did not want to have any more interactions with them. Everything was ready. Zhang Yinluo had descended from the sky. It was the perfect time to launch a fierce attack, retrieve the CG, and unravel the various poses. Why would he waste time on a woman who could be seen but could not be touched? So, also, I can feel that, if I concentrate and gather the power of the magic tool, I can resist that comfortable feeling. So, older sister Sue, you don't have to worry. Nah, Nanny? Sun Lang's corium gold dog eyes instantly lit up. He glared at Zhao Feihuang. Are you serious? Miss Zhao mischievously blinked her eyes. Her eyes slowly shone with a purple radiance. This was the sign of the magic tool's power being activated. The girl smiled and extended her hand towards him. She tilted her head. What you hear is false. Come and try again? Sun Lang did not say anything and extended his hand. But the next moment, someone grabbed his collar and hugged his neck, pulling him back. Zhang Yinluo shouted in a low voice, "What do you want to do now?" Sun Lang struggled for a bit. Then he pointed at Miss Zhao and her servant, who were dumbstruck as if they were looking at aliens. Compared to this, you are fine ah. Zhao Feihuang looked in disbelief at Zhang Yinluo, who was casually hugging Sun Lang. He blinked his eyes and then gasped, Man? How is that possible? I am a woman a woman. Chapter 80. When she found that Zhang Yinluo could touch Sun Lang freely without any reaction, Zhao Feihuang's expression immediately changed. The way she looked at Zhang Yinluo had changed from the leisure of caring for a mentally handicapped child to the solemnity of facing a formidable enemy. The consciousness of competition and hostility burned fiercely. Zhang Yinluo was unaware of this. At this moment, she was pulling Sun Lang aside and scolding him seriously. What the hell do you want to do? Miss Zhao is alone and has no one to rely on. You're not allowed to take advantage of her. If you have time to speak for others, why don't you turn around and look? This Miss Zhao you're talking about looks like she wants to swallow you alive. Sun Lang saw this and found it funny. He shrugged, turned his head, and shouted to Zhao Feihuang, Miss Zhao, I forgot to tell you. I've decided to leave the ranks of the Ranger HQ and start my own business. I'll set up a ranger firm with this Zhang Yinluo. Are you interested in being our first client? Miss Zhao's eyes froze. She jumped up, raised her hand and shouted, Okay, I want to hire you for life. For life. The ranger smiled and said, Sorry, this shop doesn't provide long-term service. We only accept single business. Customer, you'd better be honest. Zhao Feihuang was a little disappointed. Oh, then I'll hire you to accompany me. How much is it? Sun Lang shook his head again and said, Miss Zhao, compared to this, let's talk about more important business first. The power of the magic tool and the remaining spirituality of the tool spirit are affecting your thinking. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid that you will be damaged. Therefore, this shop will help you control this power and resist its erosion until you completely control this power. Do you want to roar? If I can completely control this power, I might be able to help you better. Miss Zhao muttered to herself, and then shyly glanced at Sun Lang. She wanted to say something, but she was still shy. And Sun Lang pretended not to understand Miss Zhao's hint and put on a righteous look. In that case, secretary, go draft the contract. Secretary? Zhang Yinluo pointed at herself. Me? Of course it's you. Who else can it be? The firm doesn't have enough staff now. There's no clerk. You can be the secretary for now. Sun Lang said gently, Now that there's something, you can do it as the secretary. When there's nothing, it'll be my turn. Zhang Yinluo obviously didn't understand Sun Lang's subtle hint. Under Miss Zhao's gentle gaze, the girl pulled Sun Lang to the side. Hey, I told you not to loot a burning house. Why are you provoking her again? Sun Lang spread his hands. Rangers can't be picky when it comes to work. Also, don't you care about Miss Zhao anymore? The power of the magic tool remains in her body and is constantly affecting her. The way the extraterritorial sky demon thinks, the way the extraterritorial sky demon views humans, the extraterritorial sky demon's savagery, and the extraterritorial sky demon's cold-bloodedness. If we don't interfere, sooner or later, Miss Zhao will become a monster like the extraterritorial sky demon. Is this not a problem? Zhang Yinluo looked at him with perplexed eyes. Although your reasons are so good, I still think you have some ulterior motives for Miss Zhao. Yes, I admit it. A fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. Since she can pursue her own happiness, why can't I? This Miss Zhao is beautiful, gentle, and has a big family business. She also has a good family background. Miss Zhang was irritated by his words. She frowned and said, "But you can't touch girls, right? Also, you said that Miss Zhao's current appearance is probably due to the influence of the magic tool. If she gets rid of this influence, it's hard to say whether Miss Zhao will still fall in love with you. Now that you're taking advantage of her, you're simply looting a burning house. This is the crux of the problem. Didn't you hear Miss Zhao say that she can resist my power if she gathers her strength and concentrates her mind?" Sun Lang sighed. "I have to confirm whether it's true or not. Think about it. I'm such an upright, kind, and responsible man. But because of this joke of fate, I don't even have the right to love. Not to mention love, I can't even satisfy my most primitive desire. I can't even go to the brothel. I've spent these years alone and empty. Don't I have the right to pursue love? Can't I have sex with the person I like?" He said earnestly, "So, no matter whether Miss Zhao really likes me or not, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. Even if it doesn't work, I can still confirm if someone with a magic tool's remnant power can resist my power. If they can, then I'll still have hope to be with the person I like in the future. At least, I can find a way to extract the power of a magic tool and pour it into their bodies." Zhang Yinluo frowned and said, "They?" Sun Lang blinked and said innocently, "Ah, what door? The door of the Stone of Fate?" The girl looked at Sun Lang suspiciously. "Did I hear wrong?" The ranger said as if nothing had happened, "I don't know what you're talking about. So, my purpose. From a business point of view, it's to complete the customer's commission and then make money. From a moral point of view, it's to lend a helping hand to a weak woman who needs help. From the perspective of my personal happiness, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. Even if it's me, I also have the right to pursue happiness." He looked at Zhang Yinluo and said slowly, "But speaking of which, you're obviously a girl, but you're immune to my ability. Why don't we make do with each other? Then I don't have to care about Miss Zhao's matter." "What are you talking about, idiot?" Zhang Yinluo was stunned for a moment and then screamed, "You tricked me here for this purpose?" Sun Lang said seriously, "Nonsense, what kind of person do you think I am? If I just wanted to have sex with you, think about it, from 2 days ago until now, how many opportunities did I have to do this? When you were scared to death, when you were out of your wits, when you owed me conditions, when did I not have the opportunity to have sex with you? Am I that kind of lecherous, hungry ghost? If that's the case, why would I hold it in until today? I would have attacked beautiful girls everywhere long ago. Whether they die or not, it's none of my business. Anyway, it's fine as long as I feel good." Zhang Yinluo thought that it was true. Thinking about it again, this guy had indeed repeatedly said not to have any physical contact with him. Now it seemed that the first reason was to avoid trouble, and the second was to protect the girl. She was a little embarrassed for a moment and said softly, "Sorry, I misunderstood you just now." "Sorry," Sun Lang snorted and nodded. "Then why aren't you going to draw up the contract?" Looking at Zhang Yinluo's back view as she eagerly went to look for the ink, paper, and inkstone, Sun Lang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. "Damn, I actually fooled her again. But I didn't lie. Of course I don't just want to have sex with you." He revealed a mysterious smile, and then suddenly felt that the gaze from the side was more dazzling. Turning his head, he saw Miss Zhao angrily staring at him. Why is she fine? Could it be because her breasts are big? Sun Lang's eyes turned and said seriously, "Maybe it's like that?" After Miss Zhao goes back, you can eat some papaya, drink more milk, do some chest expansion exercises, try it out. What if it's like that, right? Even if it's not like that, there's no harm in having a big chest. Miss Zhao stared at him for a moment, and a trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. Pursing her lips, she said, Okay, I know. Chapter 81. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. On this side, Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan were discussing in a low voice, drafting the so-called details of the contract. They talked and wrote, but the two girls were obviously absent-minded. After discussing a few words, their eyes would glance to the other side. On the other side, Sun Lang and Zhao Feihuang seemed to be familiar with each other. They were whispering to each other, and from time to time, they would let out a few strange laughs. To be honest, Miss Zhao quietly winked and whispered, Son, do you like big breasts? Like Yinluo's sister? Sun Lang said seriously, Miss Zhao, don't take advantage of me in this mess. You have to pronounce it correctly. That is to say, you like them? Zhao Feihuang lowered her head and looked at her own soft breasts. Although they were very beautiful, they were still lacking compared to the one over there. She muttered in a low voice, It's really strange. We're all humans, so why did she grow so big? Did she eat something strange? She suddenly became alert and said, Is she a cow spirit, and then turned into a human to deceive Sun? Zhang Yinluo roared over there, You are the monster! I didn't want to grow up so big. Do you know how troublesome it is usually? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the temperature in the room drop by 3 degrees. Whether it was Miss Zhao over there or Butler Su next to her, they all raised their heads and looked at her with inexplicable eyes. The cold atmosphere of Sinran spread around her. Zhang Yinluo's expression changed from anger to embarrassment. Then, she subtly lowered her head and continued to write the contract. As she wrote, she muttered, Why is it always me who gets hurt? When I said this abroad, I would be stared at coldly by my classmates and friends. When I said this in the sect, I would be pinched by my senior sisters and junior sisters. When I said this in front of my master, Boo-hoo! What an idiot! Miss Zhao snorted and muttered, I can't believe I lost to such a guy. I can't believe I lost to such an idiot. However, she quickly recovered and leaned towards Sun Lang with a suspicious expression. She whispered, By the way, did you know that Big Sister Sue's chest is actually quite big? When I used to sleep with Big Sister Sue, I liked to rest on her chest. It was soft and very comfortable. I grew up with Big Sister Sue. When she had something good, she would definitely give it to me, and when I had something good, I would definitely share it with her, so, she raised her eyebrows and tried to entice Sun Lang. After we get married, the three of us can sleep together. How about that? We can rest on Big Sister Sue's chest, she. Before she could finish her words, Su Qingluan's embarrassed and angry voice sounded, Eldest miss, have some self-respect. Please be dignified. Zhao Feihuang stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, but she still said with conviction, This is boudoir love talk, boudoir love talk. What's wrong with me whispering to my future husband? I read in the book that the woman a man likes is as cold as frost, noble and elegant outside, but passionate and bold at home. Sun Lang, do you like it? At this time, she suddenly became a little worried. After all, it was just something she read in the book. No one could be sure whether it was correct or not. She carefully glanced at Sun Lang and whispered, Don't you like it? If you don't like it... Looking at the girl's eyes that were mixed with shyness and anticipation, Sun Lang instantly understood that the reason why this rich young lady was able to say such bold words was not because of her nature, but because she thought that he liked her like this. So she forcefully endured her shyness as a woman and said those overly bold and unrestrained words for a moment. He didn't know how to deal with it, so he turned his head and said lightly, You don't have to do this. Zhao Feihuang's eyes were a little moist. Do you really not like it? Sun Lang rolled his eyes under Su Qingluan's complicated and angry gaze. Well, I admit that as a young and strong man, although I have seen through the world of mortals and dealt with many coquettish bitches, I still appreciate a very pure and unpretentious girl like you. In fact, if there is a girl who is willing to overcome her natural shyness for you and try to do something for you that you don't even dare to think of, I think, no man can easily refuse this kind of feeling. Hearing this, Miss Zhao blinked her eyes, and the moist tears in her eyes immediately turned into shining stars. She smiled and said, "So, you like it? I also appreciate a man like you, Sun Lang, who is honest and simple and not good with words." Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan's faces showed hesitation. If it were not for the girl's modesty, they would have vomited at this time. Miss Zhang bit the tip of the pen, and the inexplicable anger and irritation in her heart became more and more intense. She felt very angry, but she couldn't figure out why she was angry. After thinking for a moment, she finally judged Sun Lang's behavior. She gnashed her teeth and muttered in a low voice, "Seducing the employer at work is against professional ethics. Looting a burning house and taking advantage of the situation. What a scumbag! Scumbag! Scumbag!" Su Qingluan also felt that such behavior was inappropriate. "Miss Zhao. With all due respect, although outsiders can't interfere in the love between husband and wife, now you are not married, and even the engagement hasn't been set, so it's better to restrain yourself. A lady from a respectable family should act like one. If you really can't do it, don't do it in front of outsiders. It has a bad influence," Miss Zhao said with a smile. "Sister Su, you are not an outsider. Even after I get married, we will be together forever. We grew up together, and you are the closest person to me. I don't need to hide anything from you. You are not the kind of outsider who shamelessly sits in other people's house and shamelessly listens to other people's love talk." Pa, Zhang Yinluo broke the pen in her hand. Sinran looked at Zhao Feihuang, and Miss Zhao also looked at her without backing down. At this point, the veil of tenderness was completely torn apart, and the atmosphere became tense. Since the woman who was suspected to be the incarnation of a cow spirit was immune to Sun Lang's ability, obviously, Zhang Yinluo was regarded as a great enemy by Miss Zhao. OF*CK. 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 Is this the legendary Azura field? F*CK, 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 F*CK. I can't believe I would experience such a happy scene in my lifetime. Sun Lang was almost moved to tears. However, now was obviously not the time to watch the show. If they really got into a big fight and broke up, then it would be F***ked. Enough. Sun Lang put on a straight face and said to Zhao Feihuang, "Yinluo is an important employee of our firm. To me, she is an important partner, not an outsider. Don't be so rude." Zhao Feihuang replied submissively. She said to Zhang Yinluo with some grievance, "Younger sister Yinluo, I'm sorry. I'm a person who likes to joke. Sometimes I don't know my limits and joke a little too much. Please don't be offended. After all, since young, I don't know how to get along with others. Elder sister Su, who grew up with me, always gave in to me, so I don't know my limits when I speak. If I accidentally offended you, I apologize to you." Sun Lang's unambiguous reprimand and declaration of being an important partner made Zhang Yinluo's expression soften. And Zhao Feihuang's pitiful and weak words made her heart soften. She knew Miss Zhao's past. Her father and brother had passed away early, and there were many side branches who coveted the Marquis estate. Since young, she must have seen countless treacherous people's hearts to support everything that her father had left behind. It was not easy for her. The anger in her heart quickly dissipated. She found another pen and said in a low voice, "Okay, you guys should be more careful in the future." So, she fooled them again. Miss Zhang, who continued to write at a high speed, obviously didn't see that important partner Sun Lang and difficult Miss Zhao secretly exchanged a meaningful smile. Butler Su, who had been observing all this, was expressionless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 82. When Zhang Yinluo and housekeeper Su drafted the contract and discussed the remuneration, Zhang Yinluo, who felt that he could not make the decision, raised his head and asked, "Hey, this business, how much are you prepared to charge?" Sun Lang narrowed his eyes. "Compared to this, I feel that we need to discuss the way you address me." Zhang Yinluo pondered for a moment. "Boss." Sun Lang shook his head and said, "Not good, not good, the smell of a black-hearted capitalist hits me in the face. Change it, we need a more simple, more down-to-earth, more intimate way of addressing you." He snapped his fingers. "Just call me shopkeeper, how about it?" Zhang Yinluo could hear the ill intentions in Sun Lang's words and glared fiercely at Sun Lang. "I don't want that." But Miss Zhao immediately became spirited and raised her hand to shout, "Shopkeeper, regarding the remuneration for this business, what do you think of me? What do you think of me? Smart and quick-witted, easy to raise, obedient, knows a lot, knows how to do accounts, knows how to warm the bed. Don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. Let's talk about it in the future. We are discussing the deposit." Sun Lang rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. He suddenly thought of something and took out the roster that he was looking at before. "I was thinking, if we want to open a law firm, then this house is no longer usable, so Miss Zhao is giving us a house as a deposit, roar or not?" "Roar ah!" Zhao Feihuang imitated Sun Lang's tone and shouted, "Marquis Jinggan Fu okay?" "Hey, you're asking for too much." Zhang Yinluo jumped in fright. "This is just a mission and you want a house." "That's right, what does it matter? The company has already researched and decided to go for a high-end brand strategy. We won't fight with those stupid wanderers for some low-level daily missions. Our philosophy is, if we don't open for business for 3 years, open for business for 3 years. Sun Lang waved his hand. "Oh, after buying the house, remember to hang a couplet in front of the door. The first line is if you want to find a cat or dog, please find the Wanderers Association. The second line is if you want money, quickly enter the Yaman's gates. The banner is if you don't have money, quickly scram." Zhang Yinluo felt that something was wrong. The more he listened, the more he shouted, "Those who come are all idiots. You." Zhang Yinluo was so angry that his chest was heaving quickly. The idea of a wanderer is to eliminate evil and promote kindness, isn't it? Although we should be rewarded for helping others, how can everything be based on money? Sun Lang pointed at her and said, "Idiot, idiot, there are millions of people in Mingzhou City alone. Something is happening every moment, and people are in need of help. Even if we wander around 24 hours a day, how many things can we take care of? Besides, if you want to learn something from me, are you going to run around every day catching chickens for Auntie Zhang and walking Uncle Li's dog? The life of a ranger is not as exciting as you imagine. Most of the missions are trivial. Are you, the beloved daughter of the Zhang family, a disciple of the spiritual Vulture Palace, who is determined to be the champion of the martial arts examination, who quit your job as a civil servant of the Six Fan School and came here to be a ranger? Do you want to run around Mingzhou City every day and do trivial things? That's right. That's right. The price is higher because we want to postpone the trivial things. There are plenty of people in the Guild of Wanderers who want to do the quests. We don't need to steal their jobs. In addition, it can also keep out those with ulterior motives and bad intentions, so that when the time comes, your sense of justice will explode and you will directly beat up the employer." Sun Lang shrugged. "If it's someone who really needs help and has no way out, even if the other party has seen these rules, they will definitely beg us at all costs. If we meet such a person, we should ask and listen carefully to distinguish between the truth and the lies. If it's a liar, we'll feed them canned herring. If it's true, we'll help them. What do you think? He sounded reasonable, as if he had considered everything. Zhang Yinluo thought for a while but failed to find any loopholes. He hesitated and said, So, that's how it is. Sun Lang waved his hands and said, Do you understand now? If you do, you can get to work now. Remember what happened today. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me or question me, and I'll give you answers. But when you carry out my orders, I want you to complete them to the letter. If you don't understand something, ask me in advance or ask me afterward. When you are carrying out a task, you must never waver or hesitate. Do you understand? When he said this, he couldn't help but show a great majesty, which made Zhang Yinluo's expression become serious. She couldn't help but think of the military training she participated in when she was studying in the divine power of flames. It was a female combat instructor of the Divine Church of Flames who was responsible for teaching and training them. This combat nun who had experienced hundreds of battles was the most devout believer. On the training ground, she was the authority that meant what she said. She and Sun Lang had similar soldier-like characteristics at this time. The difference was that the former was always exuding a steel-like aura, while the latter would only occasionally show unparalleled sharpness. Thinking to this point, her heart trembled slightly. This guy, it was very possible that he was a Tianyuan hero from the same period as Hu Shouxin. Alright, then the first task is to go and inspect the various properties on this list for sale. Remember, it has to be big, grand, can accommodate many people, and has all the functions. Sun Lang said with a smile, Anyway, it's not us paying, so you must choose the best one. Zhang Yinluo speechlessly looked at the unreliable manager. Speaking of which, saying this in front of the employer, was it all right? But very quickly, she found out that it was completely all right. Yes. Anyway, it's our Marquis Jinggan Fu paying, so you don't need to be polite. Young Miss Zhao waved her small fists and said with a smile, You must choose the best location, the most grand one. She suddenly thought of something and turned to housekeeper Su to say, Older sister Su, just accompany Yinluo Mimi. Mingzhou City is so big, don't let her get lost. Also, younger sister Yinluo is so beautiful, don't let someone kidnap her. Oh right, also, younger sister Yinluo is innocent and pure, ignorant of worldly affairs. She's a fairy-like person and might find it very difficult to handle ordinary matters. So, during the negotiation, let older sister Su be in charge of negotiating the price. Why do your words sound like you're praising me, but it's more like you're cursing me in a roundabout way that I'm a retarded flower vase? Zhang Yinluo had a conflicted expression, but Su Qingluan's expression changed, and she directly refused. Young miss, I want to stay by your side. Zhao Feihuang smiled and said, It's fine. I have Sun Lang to protect me. Being by his side is the safest place in the world. It's precisely because I'm by his side that I don't feel at ease. If this guy becomes lecherous and eats you clean, where do I go to cry? But Sun Lang also said with a stern expression, Oh right, young Miss Zhao's words are reasonable. I do have something to ask her. Housekeeper Su, you don't need to stay here. This matter is indeed inconvenient for you to listen. He thought for a bit and added, It's indeed a proper matter. Don't worry. If I want to do something, you can't stop me. In the end, young Miss Zhao still managed to persuade Su Qingluan. Housekeeper Su left with Zhang Yinluo while looking back 3 times with every step. Young Miss Zhao smiled and waved goodbye. After the 2 people left, she revealed a bright smile and turned to Sun Lang with her arms open. Hug. Don't play cute. Go back and sit down. It's really a proper matter. Sun Lang waved his hands. Oh. Zhao Feihuang sat down in disappointment. What's the matter? Well. Sun Lang organized his words. I'm told that you made some contributions during the war and were listed in the Book of Heroes and Heroines. I'm told that you not only mobilized resources in Mingzhou City, mobilized the gentry, guaranteed the continuous transportation of supplies, supported the front line, and even made suggestions for the front line. That's not true. Zhao Feihuang said without hesitation. I did do some minor work in Mingzhou City, but that's all. I didn't offer any suggestions during the Battle of North Wind. That organization put it on me later. I must have made it up. At that time, I completed their mission, and this was the reward they gave me. They said that it was the only way to further stabilize my position in the house of the Lord Marquis. Ah. Sun Lang nodded. You mean later? When do you mean later? Zhao Feihuang thought for a moment and said, about a year ago, when the war was over, the whole world celebrated, and the court began to award people based on their contributions after the war. Sun Lang said in a low voice, that is to say, during the Battle of North Wind 3 years ago, you mobilized resources and organized the supply troops to protect the front line in Mingzhou City in the first place. That was because the command system of the Mingzhou Theater of Operations had been restored. Your contribution was neither significant nor insignificant, but you were qualified to be rewarded. If someone added fuel to the fire behind the scenes, it could have been put on the desk of the big shots and rewarded you, which they did at that time, right? Zhao Feihuang was somewhat confused, but he still nodded. But after the war, you suddenly found that you were popular again. You had an additional military credit for strategizing thousands of kilometers away, right? The girl nodded again. That is to say, this military credit was added at the last minute after the war, and it wasn't decided after the Battle of North Wind. Sun Lang murmured, this isn't easy. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhao Feihuang. Did they promise that if you performed well, you could inherit the title of Marquis of Jing'an as a woman? Miss Zhao's expression changed. How did you know? They did reveal this intention, but I think it's too ridiculous. How can a woman inherit the title of Marquis of Jing'an? If something even more ridiculous happened, then a woman inheriting the title of Marquis of Jing'an means nothing. Sun Lang's gaze became somewhat complicated. His eyes flickered, and then he slowly closed his eyes. In a voice that only he could hear, he whispered, Ah, could it be you? Chapter 83. On this side, Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan left Sun Lang's house with the brochure to inspect the new residence of the firm. Ms. Zhang looked at the location and property description in the brochure and inadvertently glanced at Butler Su, only to find that he was looking back from time to time with a nervous and tangled face. Zhang Yinluo thought for a moment and then smiled. Butler Su, if you are worried, you can go back first. Leave this to me. Su Qingluan immediately denied. I'm not worried, not at all. But Butler Su, your hand is shaking. Su Qingluan was silent for a moment and asked, Miss Zhang, aren't you worried at all? Zhang Yinluo blinked. What should I be worried about? Butler Su sighed. You are really simple. Aren't you worried at all? Since young, Miss Zhang has always tried her best to do what she wants to do. She wants to snatch Mr. Sun from you. Aren't you worried at all? Wait, snatch? Zhang Yinluo's voice rose an octave as she shouted, There's no such thing. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Su Qingluan looked at her in surprise. So it's not? But your previous performance and actions, as well as your demeanor and what you said, all make me feel that you care a lot. Care a lot? Zhang Yinluo felt her cheeks were a little hot. She stuttered for a while and then found a very reasonable reason. Yes, of course I care a lot. As a paladin, he actually looted a burning house and wanted to get entangled with his employer. This kind of thing really violates professional ethics. From today on, I will work with him. Since he doesn't respect himself, I must stop him, right? Su Qingluan shook her head. So I misunderstood? I thought your relationship must be extraordinary. After all, about the magic tool, he actually accompanied you to the end. Zhang Yinluo was slightly stunned, and then her expression softened, and she said softly, that's because of a business deal. The price I paid was a Jinghong sword. Although I wanted to say that, it really wasn't like that. No matter how attractive the Imperial Army is, it is not as important as one's life. At that time, he clearly knew what kind of colossus we were going to face. Even after I lost my confidence and courage, he still encouraged me and helped me to come up with a plan. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to solve that matter. But what I can't understand the most is that he clearly said that he would never make a lost deal, but in the end, he actually returned the Jinghong sword to return to me. At this point, she chuckled and said, I think this is probably the reason why I'm not worried. Under this guy's unrestrained appearance, perhaps he hides a heart of gold that is as good as his words. Then she turned to look at Su Qingluan and comforted her with a smile. So, Butler Su, you don't have to worry. He said that there is a serious matter, so there must be a serious matter. You should trust him. Butler Su looked at her gently, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed that he had an impulse to reach out and touch Zhang Yinluo's head. Of course, it was the kind of touch that one would care for an idiot. But in the end, Su Qingluan did not say anything and only sighed. A serious matter. These 2 days I have been trying to forget the shadow of that mountain, to forget the sword that is still hanging over the Marquis Fu. I tried to deceive myself, to make myself believe that all the difficulties and pain have already passed. In the future, Miss can live a carefree and happy life, and do not need to be used and controlled by anyone, but everything will get better. The girl reached out and held Butler Su's hand. A few days ago, they were still enemies with swords drawn, but now everything had turned into a smile. Zhang Yinluo said softly, This is not consolation, I really think so. A few days ago, Sun Lang said that he could help me solve this matter perfectly. At that time, I didn't believe it, but in the end, no one was injured and everything ended like this. And he also said that the matter of Marquis Jingan Fu, the organization that controls you, will also have someone to deal with it. There is no need to worry at all. This time, I am willing to try to believe it. Su Qingluan revealed a grateful expression. No matter what. Miss Zhang, I have to thank you. Also, you really understand Sir Sunday. Zhang Yinluo was startled for a moment, then shook her head and said, Understand? No, it's far from understanding. Everyone has their own secrets in their heart, but the longer I interact with him, the more I feel that the secrets hidden in his heart may be beyond our imagination. He knows all the secrets of the Great War of Tianyuan and is extremely familiar with the Sky Demon. He is most likely a hero of Tianyuan in the past, and he is Hu Shouxin's old acquaintance. But when he interacts with Hu Shouxin, there is not the slightest bit of respect or restraint in his words. His status in the past may be above Hu Shouxin's, but his name is not in the hero's register. Last night, I searched my house for a whole night, but I could not match any of the people who were similar to him. Also, just now, he said that the reason why Miss Zhao became so obsessed with him was because the remnant power and instincts of the demonic weapon affected Miss Zhao's thoughts and soul. Then, why would Miss Zhao, who was affected by the demonic weapon's instincts, show such great affection and desire to get close to him, wanting to obey him, wanting to listen to his orders? What was the reason? These secrets, these mysteries, were all hidden under Sun Lang's sloppy appearance. The girl had a hunch that if these secrets were revealed, something terrible would happen, but all this made her more and more curious. She wanted to know more about him, wanted to hear more stories from him. The more she knew, the more she wanted to know. She smiled and shook her head, driving these unrealistic thoughts out of her mind. At least now was not the time. While Zhang Yinluo was in a daze, Butler Su reached out and took the booklet in her hand. After opening it, he casually flipped through a few pages and said, Well, let's stop chatting. Let's see if there are any better properties. Miss Zhang, what do you think of this? We are now in Huaqing Square, and this shop facing the street is not bad. It is said that the business of this restaurant is bleak. Do you want to negotiate with this shop and see if they are interested in selling? Zhang Yinluo took the booklet and glanced at it. Then, she thought for a while and said, Fishing Immortal House. When I was a constable, I was in charge of the security of Huaqing Square. I have seen the records in the mansion. 7 or 8 years ago, the business of this restaurant was booming. Later, due to the restructuring of the market, competition from competitors, and the departure of the chef, the business gradually quieted down. I didn't expect it to still be struggling now. She nodded and said, I know this shop. Now that the market has been restructured, although it is no longer a busy market, it is still on the West Street and the roads are smooth. And a business like ours doesn't need to be crowded outside the door. If so, someone may find it noisy. I think this shop is quite suitable. Let's go and have a look. The two made up their minds and rushed in the direction of the Fishing Immortal House. It was not far away and they walked quickly. Zhang Yinluo knew the way, so they soon arrived. The girl pointed to the 4-story restaurant not far away and said, This is it. Su Qingluan narrowed her eyes and said, Look at the renovation outside. Although it is a little old, it is still clean. There is no sense of dilapidation and desolation. It seems that its owner is still holding on and has no intention of giving up. This business is not easy to negotiate. Zhang Yinluo was just about to speak when she suddenly heard a few screams coming from the direction of the Fishing Immortal House. It was the roar of several men in shock and anger. Stop! Stop! Little girl! Take that thing away from me! Don't show it in front of me! We will go by ourselves! We will go by ourselves! Don't hit us! Don't poke us! F***ck. Where did this shameless crazy woman come from? Zhang Yinluo and Steward Su looked at each other and quickly walked over, only to see a few people running out of the immortal fishing house in a sorry state. Judging from their clothes, their movements, and their expressions, they were probably the hooligans on the street. They were all grimacing in pain and had bruises on their faces. It seemed that they had been beaten up. However, instead of anger and fear, it was better to say that they were ashamed. They quickly ran away without a trace. The two girls were a little confused. When they were about to go in and take a look, a beautiful figure flashed behind the door. She put her hands on her waist and shouted angrily, Get out, get out! I won't sell it! I won't sell it! What a way of saying that really made one's imagination run wild. Zhang Yinluo and Steward Su fixed their eyes on the girl and were stunned at the same time. Su Qingluan was inexperienced, and her face immediately turned red. What a shameless dress! The girl was wearing a waist-length dress. The upper half of the dress was normal, but the design and shape were a little avant-garde. The lower half of the dress was shockingly cut short, and it didn't even cover her knees. Her slender and beautiful thighs were tightly wrapped by the white clothes-fitting fabric. Although it covered her skin, it completely outlined the beautiful shape of her legs. For the two simple and innocent girls, although such a dress revealed a strange beauty and novelty, it really challenged their worldview. Although the empire had been established for several years, there were not many women in the world who dared to dress like this. Although Zhang Yinluo was also blushing with shame, he still pretended to be calm and said, Steward Su, you don't understand. This kind of thing is called stockings. In the past few hundred years in the West, it was the daily clothing of men with status and status. Only the rich and powerful could afford to wear it. So this is just a woman dressed as a man. There's nothing strange about it. The two girls fell into the shock of discovering a new world. However, the boldly dressed girl's anger had not dissipated. She directly pointed at Su Qingluan and asked, What do you two want? Steward Su hadn't come back to his senses and instinctively replied, We're here to buy a restaurant. Sure enough, why are you still unwilling to give up? The girl shouted angrily. Then I'll have to teach you another lesson. Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan woke up from their dream. They wanted to explain, but found that the girl took out a long spear from behind the door and pointed the spearhead at them. The moment they saw the spearhead, the two screamed subconsciously. Zhang Yinluo drew his sword and Su Qingluan raised her fist. This instinctive action was recognized as an attack signal by the other party. Then come. A chaotic battle had begun. Chapter 84. So, Sun Lang looked at Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan, who were standing in front of him. The two girls lowered their heads and looked at their toes, their faces covered in dirt. They looked very ashamed. In the tone of a primary school textbook, Zhang Yinluo and Su Qingluan lowered their heads in shame, their faces as red as two big apples. The ranger sighed. Did you fight with someone? Zhang Yinluo nodded dejectedly. Sun Lang sighed again. And he King lost? Su Qingluan turned her head to the side. Trash, trash. Sun Lang looked up and down at the appearance of the two girls, then pointed at them in disappointment. 2 against 1, and the opponent was a woman. You even had the Jinghong sword, and you actually lost? Zhang Yinluo raised her head and said in surprise, How did you know that it was 2 against 1, and the opponent was a woman? Sun Lang rolled his eyes. For a stupid girl like you who has low martial arts skills and is stupid, this is difficult to explain to you clearly, but... The ranger leaned forward and observed a very prominent part of Zhang Yinluo's body with a serious face. I can't tell what kind of strange weapon the opponent used. Could it be the Tang family's overlord spear without a spearhead? Where are you looking? She didn't hit here. Zhang Yinluo covered her chest and retreated. Then, she shouted with a red face. But then, she seemed to have thought of what had happened before. She gritted her teeth and said, That crazy woman is really too annoying. She actually kept poking here with that shameless thing. I almost couldn't stop her, the ranger sneered. So, you are trash. If it were me, I could press her down with a finger. You really have the face to say that? Zhang Yinluo shouted. You can't blame us for this. It's not a life and death fight, so we can't be so ruthless. Who knew that she would dress so shamelessly and fight so shamelessly? Su Qingluan nodded sadly, and then said to Zhao Feihuang, who was almost hanging on her and looking around worriedly, Miss, don't worry, we are not injured. The reason we lost is not so much that we are not as good as the other party, but that we are not as thick-skinned as the other party. A subtle expression appeared on her face. That woman is really, what do you mean by shameless dressing and shameless fighting style? Sun Lang glared. Could it be that you've met a super player, Sky Hunter? Well, Zhang Yinluo recalled the attire and weapon of the owner of the immortal fishing tower and turned his head to the side with a subtle expression. It's hard to explain to you. Sun Lang sneered mercilessly. It's hard to explain. It means that you lost in confusion. Trash. Wait. He sniffled and glanced at the small bag that Zhang Yinluo was carrying. Suddenly, he showed a look of surprise. Oh, *CK, you threw the canned herring. The ranger's demeanor suddenly changed, from disdain for Zhang Yinluo's failure to live up to his expectations to being moved. He patted Zhang Yinluo's shoulder and praised loudly, Good. Although you lost, it's a glorious defeat. No, you didn't lose at all. You won beautifully. You fought well. Wonderful duel. You are King genius. This incident seemed to evoke a painful memory. Butler Su shivered and jumped a few steps to the side with Zhao Feihuang in his arms. He looked at Zhang Yinluo with fear and horror, as if he had thought of a terrible scene. Hey, what's with your reaction? Zhang Yinluo shouted at Su Qingluan, her tone full of grievance and anger. She looked like she had been wronged. Then, as if she had found a life-saving straw, she pointed at Sun Lang and shouted, No, it's not like that. I'm not that kind of person. This can was given to me by him. Yes, it was him. He forced it on me. It's not my fault. I've been led astray by him. Sun Lang sighed. What I gave you was canned herring, a kind of food in the bitter cold land of the western continent. You can eat it as soon as you open it and it won't explode. The one you threw out, who put the explosives on it? The expression on Zhang Yinluo's face instantly stiffened, as if she had been petrified. Large drops of sweat streaked across her smooth forehead. The girl stammered, this, you actually did such a thing to waste food and even splash those things on the girl. Sun Lang sighed. You're so disgusting. Miss Zhao didn't know what had happened, but when she heard Sun Lang's words, she immediately poked her head out of Su Qingluan's arms, raised her small fist, and echoed, You're so disgusting. You're so… Zhang Yinluo stamped her feet in despair. I threw it, okay? That woman came up and hit me. And she even used such a disgusting thing. I didn't know whether to hit her or not. In the end, she was full of nonsense and kept talking about that. I threw a can of herring at her because I couldn't help it. Good girl, good girl, good girl. Sun Lang reached out his hand and touched Zhang Yinluo's head. It's no big deal. Don't be sad, don't be sad. I won't dislike you. Although you have a bad temper, a one-track mind, stupid and not feminine, and recently learned to throw feces on others' heads, I know that you're a good girl. The more he said, the more inappropriate his words sounded. Zhang Yinluo, who realized what he meant, blushed and shook off Sun Lang's hand hard, shouting, I feel that you're hitting me when I'm down. Stare. Zhao Feihuang stared blankly at Zhang Yinluo and muttered enviously, I gave you face, but you don't want it, you don't know what's good for you, you don't know what's good for you, you don't know what's good for you. The paladin clapped his hands. Well, let's stop here. Since they don't want to sell, we won't buy it. Moreover, although you guys were beaten up by her for no reason, you guys weren't injured at all. Instead, the other party's head was covered in shit by this Zhang. I'm sure quite a lot of shit must have splashed in the restaurant, and it would be even more troublesome to clean it up. Looking at it this way, it's the other party who's at a disadvantage. So, where there's room for mistakes, we should spare them and look for another restaurant. Su Qingluan thought of the scene at that time and couldn't help but shiver. She nodded with sorrow in her heart. Yes, the other party has already received the punishment he deserves. Or rather, we seem to be the violent party. Miss Zhao glanced at Butler Su. After the butler nodded with a smile, she also nodded in agreement. Since Sisters Su and Sun Lang have said so, let's forget about this matter. No. Zhang Yinluo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, This matter can't be forgotten. If her clothes are dirty, I'll pay for it. If her shop is dirty, I'll pay for it too. But she hit people for no reason, and the cause of this matter is also her. She was wrong in this matter. How can these two things be mixed together? Right is right, wrong is wrong. We must ask her for an explanation and make things clear. With a righteous look, she said to Sun Lang, Isn't that right? Right. You also said that we should distinguish between kindness and hatred, and each person should get a score. Although that's true. Sun Lang squinted and said, I feel like you've been disgusted by her, and you can't take it lying down. What's more, you threw out the canned herring on impulse, which made Butler Su and Miss Zhao see your true colors. It made you feel ashamed and humiliated, and your reputation value was greatly reduced. The two kinds of anger combined became more anger, which gave you time to be brainwashed by Ghoul Dan's evil power. So you want to take revenge and vent your anger, right? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.